Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Well. Good evening, everyone. Welcome again to the Coach's Desk. I'm your host, Coach Minzy, and we are here to have a great show tonight. Again, as usual, it's the final night of the weekend's TripleTreat, and we're pleased that you would have been with us for the past few nights, having some very, very good conversation. Yes, people, it is a good look. Big up to all the people who are logged in right now, those on Facebook and those in the comment section who have always been commenting. You have some people who aren't able to comment for whatever reason, but they are the silent deskers. Welcome to the show. Welcome another Sunday evening. We are in the month of December, the 12th month of the year, and we are so pleased that we are at this juncture. Yeah, it's basically it's a full year, barring the few days that are remaining, that the coaches desk has been running, and we have also been running the triple treat for one full year as well. So yeah, man, big up to all the people who made this thing possible. um Big up to the Reggae Boyz supporters club. Yeah, they have the forum that you can always go and discuss on. You can see that link in the description. Yes, people. So big up yourself. Yeah, man. Appreciate every single one of you. Yeah, man. And you deserve this. Yeah, man. You deserve this. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. So, of course, you know the golden rule. One of the golden rule is to like up the stream. You like the stream to enter this arena, because this arena you have to sanitize. Of course, you know that the time that we're in right now, it's a time of COVID-19. Yeah. And definitely want to ensure that you like up the stream, and that is how you sanitize. So, people, I know many of you probably are in tune to what is happening. Um, a bit of news that we would have gotten, and it's out there, so a lot of people will be seeing it. We tweeted that as well, that this week, yes, this week. Let me see if I can find the tweet. This week, decision time. Yeah, we have heard that this week is the week that the decision will be made, where coach Theodore Tappa Whitmore is concerned, the legend of Jamaica's football. Um, Definitely, he is a legend. No two ways about that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to find the tweet that I made. But essentially, it is this week that the decision will be made in terms of what will happen with the coach. Yes, we have been hearing these rumblings that it was a situation where there wasn't a unanimous decision at the boardroom level. Yeah, it wasn't that sort of decision. Some for the coach, while some were against or want him out. Yeah. So that is where it's at. You know what I mean? But but I think this week is the week where the cookie crumbles. Right, Teddy agree? And from what I'm hearing, people, is that the decision is a decision. You know what? Let me not say it. But this week, a decision should be out. Yeah, man, a decision should be out where the coach is concerned. Yeah, man, a decision. I also learned that one of the reasons why the decision would have taken so long is because they were trying to find, as we told you, there are coaches that, would have been interested in the job. 4 coaches made application, and I'm not sure where that stands. I'm not sure if they were pleased with those applications or applicants, or they would have been interested in those applicants. So that could be one of the reasons of the delay. But whatever the decision is, it's going to be this week. Yep. Whatever the decision is going to be, the coach of the Reggae Boyz, it will be this week. And of course, we have the EPL review coming up. Awaiting Cranky to jump on. Yeah, man, we are waiting the mighty Cranky to come on. All right, here he is. Speaking of the mighty Cranky.
Coach, good night. How you doing?
What's up, Cranky? I'm doing well.
Yeah. So I hear you have breaking news.
Well, it's not breaking news. It's out there.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, sometimes when you're in certain capacity, you learn of some information beforehand,
Okay.
I mean, because of the whole alabaloo around the thing, you never really want to talk, make a stream on it. But the Maverick made us a stream, so it
I
is
saw
out
the
there.
Maverick stream.
Yeah. So the decision is this.
Birdie tell him. Birdie. It was Birdie. Some Birdie man like JFF. So Birdie informed him that
Yeah.
the coach is out. Not only that a decision been made, but that the coach is out, but they don't have a replacement. So that's a little bit conflicted, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
That if you've had so much time to go to the technical committee, get their perspective, and then so you're going to make a decision, but you have made a decision on the coach yet, and you're still vacillating as to who of the people available who you can actually pursue, who you want to be the coach. So doesn't sound good either way.
Yeah. We're waiting to see. But I also want to share this with you all. It was tweeted today. It's on the social media platform. So this is it, people. We'll be having this gentleman here. Big up yourself, Romain. Big up yourself, Romain.
Coach, you get big. Coach, you get big. Coach.
Yes,
coach, you're traditional media coach. Can we not see by no traditional media? You get big.
Yes, man.
I push up your chest and submit upon coach's desk. You're the man.
Yes, man. So people will be having the 1998 World Cup legend. He will be speaking on the coach's desk.
Coach, please
Yes.
make sure his phone works and his battery is not going to run down like some people.
No, man. You see, I have cranky. I'm very forward thinking in that. I learn very, very quickly. So normally I have my, dry run, assimilation, and all these things to ensure,
Good thing.
things are in good order. Yes. So yeah, man. So this is what we'll be having come this week, because today is Sunday. Yes, we'll be having this week. So you can't afford to miss this one, people. Can't afford to miss this one.
So, Coach, I want to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Manning's man on I Am Sure Sports, we've been having discussions with a lot of Jamaica historical Jamaica players. He just had one on the season. I would say management is making me feel old, Coach, because he's talking about things which I'm very familiar with. But it's a really good thing, because history is always good. You have to learn your history before you can move forward. So kudos to Manning's man in having his look back. I'm gonna call it his look back program. Good thing.
Yeah, man, a good show Manning's man I have, man. Trust me, it's actually a situation where some of the players would not have been in situations where they are talked about, or they are on a platform where they can share their views. So
yeah, and some of the players I
said,
know, actually some of the players, because like Dago, I knew pretty well, played on the same team with him. You talk about Bingy Blair. Bingy come up and play for Buffalo. When he come up for that vacation, we play for us in the Bronx. So yeah, some of the players you sort of familiar with, very good footballers who didn't get the opportunity that today's football have gotten, but have the same ability or even better.
Yeah, man. CC, jump on a CC. We're gonna do the review, man. Yeah, man, we're gonna do the review, and we're wait upon what's his name again? Rowan, to jump on, but we don't see Rowan. First, I also must say big up to all the persons who are on early. We have Ian Campbell, welcome Ian. We have Bala Car in the building, Big D Len, Teddy Lee Gray, the people boss, El Padrino, big up yourself, Dre Anyweather in the building, Richard Stewart in the building, David Nicholson, Wandan MUFC 45, big up yourself, Reggae Boyz highlights in the building, Richard Tiddlywing Stevens in the building. Who else is there? Romaine, I bigged up Romaine already. Big up yourself, Romaine. Thanks for passing through. CC in the building. I did that already, CC. I did that already, man. Yes. So,
and Coach, by the way, Coach, you can't talk to Balakar today, you know.
Me know, man. Double.
And I hear him
10
saying
goals from 16 games.
Yeah. That return is a great return. No matter if a PB league.
Yeah.
Exceptional return.
Of course. Him not go on bad, man.
No.
Yeah, man. Him scoring percentage not so bad at all. Right, ironic. Big up yourself, man. Natty Conga in the building. DJ Liverpool in the building. All right, so people, as you can see on the screen, you can share that. It's on Twitter. It's on my YouTube page as well, I think. Yeah, the community tab. It's also on Facebook, Instagram. So you can go over there. You can share it, because we'll be talking to the professor. Professor Rene Simo is the big coach that brought us to the World Cup.
What day is this, Coach?
This will be Wednesday of this week.
What time?
Yeah, man, it's a midweek. I think it's gonna be 7 o'clock. Yeah, we start at 7.
Jamaica time or US time?
7 Jamaica time.
Okay.
7 Jamaica time. I want to do this as quickly as possible, because he's ahead of us in terms of time in Brazil. So we can't keep up the gaffer too late. You know what I mean? So Richard Stevens to go share the link to this one. You know what I mean? All right, so let's jump into the review, Stan Cranky, so we can get into the meat of the matter. We're talking more on the Theodore Whitmore situation.
Okay.
Romani said Tappa realized Olegan, so him soon go. By the way, Manchester United look better today after just half of a training session with That is, we are gonna discuss that. Romain.
We'll talk about that game because you got
Yeah.
lucky. You got lucky.
Well,
And
luck is
RU
in
should not
football,
be
as I've
sleeping
always
tonight.
been saying, you know,
RU should not be sleeping tonight because, coach, you and I could score that goal. You can't miss an 18-foot goal from the 3-yard line. Well, that's not true because Bobby Reed kicked it over from about 6 feet. So anyway, it's hard to miss.
Okay.
It's hard to miss.
Okay. I'm glad that you're rescinding that.
No, but he was even closer than
thought.
Bobby Reed. He was even closer, and Bobby Reed had to keep it in front of him. The man missed the entire target. Bobby Reed an excuse. Him can't score a goal. I use a forward.
All right, so we're gonna run back cranky from Tuesday of this week, last week when
do we have to? Can we just start on Saturday?
Oh, you want to start on Saturday?
I'm just kidding. Right. I'm just kidding because we lost to you. I want to rehash painful history.
All right, so the game with people, I must tell you, I did not watch all of these games. So let me be honest. I can't watch all of the games. Right? So of course we're just gonna go through. So cranky, Tuesday's game, we had 2 games, one at St. James Park, one at Ellen Road. We saw Leeds defeating Crystal Palace 1-0. Cataract seemed to be all up about there's one Patrick Bamford. So I guess Cataract is excited about what is happening at his Leeds club.
Well, I will get too excited because we'll talk about it later on. You know what transpired today, but yeah, they did. Crystal Palace has lost a few in a row now. I think they haven't scored in the last few games, which is not a good thing for them. Yeah,
something is wrong there. But I as often once you go through a league situation, I think teams are going to be going through bad spells. So I think it's Crystal Palace Palace's time now to, go through a little bad spell there.
Yeah, I think for him, I'm not sure he's picking the best team because I don't see how RU starts over Lisi or the kid that just came up from the ACL injury. Those 2 kids are very good offensively. They need goals. And RU, to me, is a decent player, but he hasn't scored in about 42, 43 games. You can't play forward for me if you can't score goals.
Okay, cool. Welcome to CC. CC, talk to us about the Newcastle-Norwich game. Newcastle are a cash-rich company club, but they seem to be in, some sort of bother. And if December catches them down at the bottom there,
no man, they're not. Well, them down at the bottom, but they got their first wins there. But I guess we're fast forwarding there. The Newcastle, I think Newcastle is unlucky in terms of the players. All right, I see where they have been doing better recently, even with the new purchase and stuff, because I know that the whole off the field issue of the getting the ownership, the old ownership out and those things kind of was one of the things that was holding back the team, because the fan base was basically on Mike Ashley out. So the support that they wanted to see wasn't really behind the team like that. But based on their playing, as I said before, I don't think they are going to be relegated. And I strongly believe the manager that they got is a great choice, because even if they got relegated, I think they will come back because they will have more money than anybody down there. So
true.
Yeah, and they will be able to retain their players, right? So that is the key. They will be able to retain players that are Premier League players,
quality,
Premier League level players. So I don't think there is a bit of worry. I don't think even Newcastle ownership is worried about going down, because sometimes it takes a step back to actually go forward. But their play in terms of against Norwich, as I said before, I see where they're playing good. They don't really have a lot of goals in them, but like in Callum Wilson, they have a goal scorer. He might not score every game, but is a forward who, when he get him opportunity, he might go score. So, and Joel Linton is starting to play better as well. So as I said before, I see them staying up, at least coming 17. But
Okay.
yeah, them just get unlucky sometime, I believe, because even the Norwich game, I think they could have won the game, but it's just one of those things are. And Norwich is also fighting to stay as well. So those games are going to be extremely difficult.
Right.
Coach,
All
couple
right.
of things on that. One is I don't agree with CC about them going not concerned about going down, because there are a couple of reasons why. One is you're trying to get to elite as quickly as possible. With FFP kicks in, so even though you have a lot of money, you can't just spend your money. Like you can't just spend $1 billion. You got to be generating revenues to substantiate, and not having certain amount of losses over a 3-year period. So you can't say they're not concerned about going down. Thirdly, you got better players are not going to a championship team. You get good players, you're paying a lot of money. They're not going to a championship team. And in the Norwich game, they were down to 10 men really early in the game. As they would have won that game. They lost, what was it? Clark, real early in the game. He pulled the man back. So they were playing with 10 men for most of that game, actually. So, and as you said, we talk about it, they won the weekend. So they'll get some purchases in January. The concern for them is December is a very, very busy month.
Busy, and it starts already.
Exactly. So you're going to play 10 games in December or somewhere around there. So you could be out of it. You got to get about 30-some points to stay up. They only have about 10 or somewhere in that region. So think about it. If you lose most of your games in December, it's hard to recover, even if you get reinforcements. Yeah,
man. All right, so let's move on to the midweek games. The first game, Southampton versus Leicester City, St. Mary's Stadium. Home game for Southampton. It was a 2-2 scoreline.
Look, I think Leicester is having a bad run of form. Brendan Rodgers was being touted to take over your team coach. I think that's gone by the wayside because you have a new person.
No, sir.
Even though your man is only there until the end of the season. But no, Southampton has played well the last couple of games. They just don't get the win. They draw the last couple of games. They probably could have won that game. Leicester scored late, so they're doing better than I thought they would, because I thought they would struggle worse than they are, even though they're not in the upper half of the table. But Leicester who has missed the top 4 the last 2 seasons by coming 5th, hasn't played as well as one would expect.
After being in pole position.
Well, they're missing Talisman. They've got Ndidi back. They have most of their players back. Talisman is probably the one player they're missing, who's key. Pereira hasn't recovered from his ACL, which was 2 years ago. Fofana is out. They have a few players out, but they still should be doing better.
Yeah, man. So moving to the next game. Next game is Chelsea Watford.
Where is the Chelsea one? Yeah,
2-1 to Chelsea.
Yeah,
you probably were expecting that win. Mason Mount and Ziyech scoring two goals. To give them a 2-1 victory. Edged victory over.
Yeah, because that game was like very difficult, because I think Chelsea, based on the injuries that we're going through and some key players not playing, Chilwell not playing, Kante not playing, Trevor Chalobah, it's like right now, even that game, even Watford game, as much as people would say Watford is like an up and down team, but it was extremely difficult. That win was hard fought in the sense.
But CC,
some cracks.
You know why I'm not having any mercy on Chelsea, boss man?
Yeah, man. How would that go on, man? No.
Cranky. No, it's not how you people were. No, it's not how the team is playing. I think the team is playing well. You people beat your chest saying that anybody can fit into that system.
No.
So I don't want you to be talking about any sort of injuries and players out.
Before you answer, these programs are recorded. Just remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, but I understand, but I wasn't the one saying that. Remember,
Chelsea persons.
Yeah, I said there's 3 teams vying for the league title, and in those 3 teams, there are certain cracks in those 3 teams. Man City, for me, have the least problem, because they have a striker problem, but that is not even the biggest problem, because Man City have probably 2 teams, as Frankie would say. They have 2-11. So their problem is not as big as even Chelsea or probably even Liverpool, in terms of Liverpool having the African Cup of Nations coming up. But as I said before, Chelsea have an issue where if certain players go down, the players that are coming in, for example, Alonso, as good as how Alonso has played early up in the season, you can see that even in the game, most of the attacks, most of the teams are actually something to him. Hold on, I'm gonna take this, coach. Hold on.
Coach, let me say this, coach.
Yes.
Excuses.
That's exactly what
coach,
I'm saying.
All their players.
I see Dre anywhere that even put in excuses in the comment section.
Yeah, coach. All their players are interchangeable. Alonso, Chilwell, Reece James, Chalobah, and all of them. Kovacic, Kante, they're all interchangeable players. Kante dropped down, Loftus-Cheek dropped in. Mount go down, then play Ziyech in his place. They have all the players are very similar. They spent a ton of money in Lampard's last year. They strengthened their team. They have 2 teams. The only player you will be challenged replacing on the team is probably Silva. They don't really have like for like replacement. But they're not even playing. They're not even playing Lukaku, right? And he's fit.
Yeah.
So they have players.
Well, somebody's saying that the team actually plays better without Lukaku. I don't want to get in the politics of that Chelsea team still.
Well, he hasn't scored in the last 4 or so games, but I'm not sure that's the case actually.
So since CC's gone, we can move on from that. 3 valuable points though for Chelsea.
Yeah.
So you can't take that away from them. West Ham.
West Ham is an up and down team, and they seem to get up for the big teams, but sometimes don't play as well against the lower teams. So, and I wouldn't call Brighton a lower team. Actually.
Yeah, but Cranky, do you think that West Ham was a bit unlucky in this game?
Yeah, I think they ruled out a goal for Antonio at the end, but somewhat. But you're gonna get that with teams that are lower than you, aren't you?
Exactly.
And you got that today. But anyway, we won't talk about that. You have other teams who are below you. You get luck. Hopefully, luck is on your side. Either you get a penalty here, or somebody missed a great chance. But it happens. So yeah. But they've been playing well all season. I'm looking forward to playing them though. That'd be a real test for us because they're who we're competing against. We're not competing against the top 3.
All right. So we can quickly move on from that one. Wolves versus Burnley. That was a 0-0 stalemate.
Nothing game. Not much to talk about there.
Yeah, not much to talk about in this game. I mean, Wolves. You'd say these 2 teams are some inconsistent teams. Not much to talk about.
Burnley's consistently at the bottom, trying to not get relegated. Wolves, you're right. They don't score enough goals. They play well. They've played well. They started out very slowly. They have played well.
Portugal.
Yeah, well, they have a lot of Portuguese in their team, right? But they have played well, but they're also they're not scoring enough goals. That's their problem. And I have no idea why they sold Jota. If you think about how well Jota have done at Liverpool and who they replaced him with, it hasn't worked out well. They only got about 30 million for him. It's not like they got 60 million they have to sell him. That logic escapes me. Not sure what the backroom situation was there, but that didn't make sense to me.
All right, so Man City versus Aston Villa.
I thought Villa played well in that game. I thought Villa really played well. City is City, right? They could have gotten a result in that game. I thought they played well.
But City is playing
some good football. Got injured, wasn't it?
Yes. And City is playing some very good football in a Virgin. Yesterday, youth when named Bernardo Silva.
Who I've been saying, coach, is probably the best player in the Premier League next to Salah.
Yeah, man, I turn leather in a man. Let me just talk it. Man, I play some ball in a man.
Remind me of Cazorla who used to play for us. Yeah.
Huh?
Remind me of Cazorla who used to play for us.
Okay, yeah.
Short, diminutive, left, right foot, pass, can't get the ball off him. Excellent player. Yeah, and by the way, coach, you almost left Man City this year, you know.
Yes. There was a little rumbling, yeah.
Yeah.
But this season, even Raheem Sterling is back to and he's not playing bad at all. So
he's playing better. He's not the same Raheem that he was 2 years ago. Right? He's playing better though, and he's getting his game. but he's not the same. And De Bruyne is not even the team. De Bruyne is not playing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But what to me, Cranky, I see this City team as one of the team that will challenge all the way for the title. I think they are playing excellent football. The transition from the defensive third through the mid up front is excellent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the problem is, I don't know how you play them, right? Because here's the problem, coach. Everybody, I've been saying this in football. In today's football, everybody has to work. That's why Man U will suffer against the better teams. Look at their team. De Bruyne works. Silva works. Sterling, Mahrez, Rodriguez. Everybody works in tandem. Because if you have one soft spot or one weak spot, it doesn't work for your team. Silva works his socks off. I mean, when he finishes playing, I'm sure he has to go home and get a good sleep. He runs all game.
Trust me. So another valuable 3 points for them. And the next game is the mighty Liverpools. I think they are also one of the favorites to lift this crown this season.
They are one of the favorites. Yes.
Trust me, they are playing excellent football. The only team that has played for many games, scoring more than 2 goals per game. They crushed Everton 4-1. And I think that was a Merseyside derby.
They're lucky, coach, that they will have Mane and Salah in this window, right? Because when it comes to January, they go away for about 4 games or so for the African Nations Cup. Could be 3 for some players. So they're lucky when you have an 8-game window that the players, that the team will only lose them for 3 or so games, or maybe 4 games for some players.
Yes.
But no, they're scoring a lot of goals. They're very difficult to play against. They're like City. When City, Chelsea, and Man City play together, they're in a class by themselves. For the rest of us, we can only wish and hope our team gets to that level at some point.
Okay. And Jota is still scoring. Salah is still scoring. Henderson got 1. Trust me, Mohamed Salah is he unplayable or unmarkable in this league?
But here's the thing about Salah, coach, which is what your team doesn't have. Like, he works his socks off both ways, which is what's differentiating those players. Those excellent players. Unlike you see at PSG with Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe all look at each other and say, "You subjects will get me the ball." You don't see anyone in Liverpool or Man City playing that way. So that makes them even more appreciated because it takes a lot of effort to go forward, and it takes even more effort to play defense. And yet they all play both ways, which is, but Salah is ridiculous. I mean, he scored ridiculous goals. And that's the thing also, the coach. He can beat you one-on-one. He can make the pass. He can score, and he can defend.
Yeah, man, definitely. And Damari Gray, potential Reggae Boy, he scored in that game. That I think that would be a confidence booster for him either way.
Yeah, I want to touch on one thing. I watched the game with Bella when Bailey got hurt. He had a breakaway against City. He had Buendia on the left for an easy pass, and he tried to cut the ball back and lost the ball. And I said to myself, he must not have confidence, or he's trying too hard, and maybe that's why he's getting injured, because he had a chance to play the kid in, and he didn't take that opportunity. And I think, I was frustrated seeing that, because you want to see them do well. Right? You want to see people like himself do well, especially since they're wearing the Jamaican colors. So I was disappointed he got hurt, but even more disappointed about his play, frankly, because he's a better player than what he's showing. And Gray's been playing well since he came back from Germany. He's been playing well.
Yes, he has. Just a little update on that. We are understanding that there are some document issue that he's having. Hence the reason probably there has been some stall.
Hey, coach, we could use him in the next win on the coach, because Bailey will not be available.
Yeah.
We can use both. If we had him and Jamal Lowe playing out wide, partnering Antonio up front, that's a dangerous combination.
Exactly.
You have those 3 up front who can keep the ball, who will help you defensively, who can score goals, who can link up. That's what you want up front. Players who are confident on the ball, can keep the ball, and also can score goals.
All right. So moving over to Thursday, a day that you normally play football, and somehow it didn't work out for you.
Oh, Thursday, you mean Arsenal?
Yes, you normally play football on Thursday.
So, coach, I would say this, coach. You beat us, so we have to take the loss and digest it. absorb and move on. If we had beaten you, we'd been 8 points ahead of you. But I say this, coach, there were some things in that game which I didn't like.
On both ends.
And
both
ends. Let me get to it. No, on one end.
Both ends.
So here's why. So what you got your penalty, we didn't get ours. Maguire
score a
back
goal with a man on the ground or something like that. What did that mean?
Oh yeah. Your keeper stepped on Fred's foot. I have to put them too big. Them foot too big. Can't keep them foot in them it's supposed to be. My player, Smith Rowe, didn't see him getting injured. And then he didn't see him. Smith Rowe didn't see him. We scored. We agree that's not sportsmanlike. But it wasn't scored because of malice. It was he didn't see him getting hurt. And you can't call it back. A goal is a goal. Now
right.
Yesterday, we should have let you go score a goal. Then the game becomes a farce if you do that. We can't do that.
But Cranky, on the other hand, you said that you didn't get the penalty. VAR speaks. The players didn't speak.
In fact, VAR was silent. Somebody paid the VAR man in your booth or threatened him. Coach, Tommy Yasu, they showed it multiple times on the screen. Coach, he held him. He pulled him back. It was clear as day. They didn't go to VAR. That was the problem I had with that whole play. Now, in your case, they went to VAR because the ref didn't call you a penalty, you know. They went, so why did they go to VAR in our play? I don't understand the logic.
Because I know them. Remember, I said the ref never called. It's not a VAR.
So VAR called,
but
the ref didn't call the penalty against Odegaard, you know.
Because they did not see it as a penalty.
So VAR only see. So wait. if the commentators and the network is replaying the play multiple times to show the pullback, then how come VAR can't see that, but he can see yours? You know how much, coach? Look at this, coach. The differential in penalties that Man U get versus other team at Old Trafford is astonishing. So we weren't surprised.
Well, people would have been saying that it was only when Ferguson was there, but I don't know.
No.
I don't know what is the new talk. No,
coach.
I am happy for the 3 points, Cranky, because trust me, if Arsenal got bragging rights, a problem. Right now, you're in your jersey.
No, but coach.
you notice me now. You notice me now wear my jersey, sir. The neutral, you know, even though everybody knows that Man U.
Because you know you don't deserve to win. You know you don't deserve to win.
It's not that. You know, since we lose our job in my jersey.
But here, this coach. You know why Fernandes don't score a lot of goals this season? You know why? Because we stop getting so much penalty.
Yeah, you can't. Well, every season cannot be the same, Cranky.
Excuses.
Yeah, every season can't be the same.
Is that CC's back? I thought you said that you're losing Kovacic and you lost Kante and you lost Chalobah.
So he's using back that point at the Cranky. Excuses. All right, Tottenham. Tottenham seem to be on the rise now. They blanked Brentford 2-0. So Conte is doing something over there.
They're playing. Well, they have a new manager who's a no-nonsense manager.
I think the players that are at Tottenham fits Antonio Conte's style, right? The players that are currently there, like, so in terms of him coming in and making an impact, you can see where he is able to make an impact because the players are normally the type of players that he would have in his system. If you notice how Antonio Conte likes to play with the Iberg and those type of players, he can utilize. But Tottenham, that's what I'm saying. The league, boy, even fourth place is such a hard.
It's up for grabs.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a hard task because, as I said, they seem to be coming back at the right time, and then they have it's just December is the thing, and all the teams navigate this period, then that determines everything. But it was a good game. Brentford is looking like they have run out of steam, and they're just them look likely to go down.
Based on Brentford?
No, I don't agree.
Brentford look like them run out. I'm gonna tell you why. No,
CC, where you went and drank a while ago? Where you went to drink?
Yeah, we not agree with that, CC.
I don't know where you went and drink. I think you mixed up Brentford with Leeds or something. Brentford not going any place except enjoying the Premier League. That's what they're doing.
No, but I tell you, Brentford play a type of game, you know, where it can cost, you know. It's like Leeds.
They're kind of inconsistent, though, you know, but I think they had a little stretch
the other. But they have a very good squad. So I mean, you have Watford and you have Norwich, who are worse teams than them right now. So, but them look. They played like them play a ping. How do I say, like a basketball type of game. So that is why I said it can cost them, because if you realize them like the back and forth, helter skelter type of football, like Leeds.
Okay.
You understand? So it's just that the master coach, but their squad to me is good enough to stay in the league, because they have like Watford and Norwich who have a worse team, and then so
they have 17 points. They probably need another 18, 19 to survive. They'll be okay.
Yeah.
Some of the cranky, and I remember the team go down with 40 points.
That's not happening this year, because this is a big differential between the top 3 or top 7.
Yeah.
What normally happens is if you have more parity, you have that. You don't have the same parity as before.
The safety. Remember that West Ham team with Carrick and Ferdinand and
you're talking about a long time ago.
A long time ago that you're talking.
Long time. That don't happen anymore.
Yeah.
A big side that too, you know.
But they were young then. It's good players, but they were young.
Yeah. Let's move over to yesterday's game. Starting with the 7:30 game.
Chelsea game, the early game. That's all you're seeing.
Yeah, CC, go ahead.
West Ham
That's all yours.
Listen. West Ham Chelsea game, this result that you're seeing on the screen is the correct result. I'm telling you, like, I'm watching the game, coach, and in the first couple minutes, like Mendy, all right. First of all, Jorginho made a pass after we were leading 1-0, right? Deservedly so. But the game was in the balance. Jorginho made a pass to Mendy, which was short. Mendy took a touch. But for the life of me, I don't understand what the coach or what the goalkeeper is thinking. What the coach tell the goalkeeper or what the goalkeeper is thinking. Why are you taking a second touch when the player is already on your feet? The player is right there. Kick the ball out. So you know what happened now? He fumbles the second touch, tackle the player, penalty. West Ham is now back in the game. The guy, when named Bowen, Alonso,
yeah, man. The bad baller.
Alonso to wreck. Wreck.
Yeah, man.
Alonso to wreck. We can't cope with him. Antonio now.
You see, Antonio, Lanzini, and Bowen.
We can't do nothing. Nothing is like the Christensen, Antonio come like him and say, come here. You know, because school children, the man basically a pick on Christensen. Then you have Bowen, a slaughter Alonso. So basically, most of the game, we were on the back foot. So when we got that goal, unexpected goal from Mason Mount, I said, all right, then we can get back into the game, settle down and get some passes together. But where we lost the game, coach, is right there in midfield, or midfield right now. As much as people would say, like, and down, a lot of the play came down the wing where Alonso is playing. But you see, the midfield is so weakened, because I think Loftus-Cheek is not a holding midfielder, or is more of like, how would I say, you know, is more a box-to-box, and he's not like really a real tackler. And then you have Jorginho, who needs a player of Kovacic or Kante type of player in there with him. So in the midfield, we get outplayed, and then the ball coming down on Alonso's side. So I think the result was fair in terms of there was a next chance that Bowen should have scored. Bowen get an empty goal, you know, and he ended up, because the shot looked difficult. So from there, he realized that there's more goals in this game, and the goals don't even look like it's coming from Chelsea. So
I think, coach, the thing that you learn in that game, which people need to focus on in football nowadays, is shape. What is your shape? How are you set up? What shape do you have? Even against a better team, are you positioned well? Are the gaps closed down? If you're zoning, how well are you covering those zones? Is each position in their right? Is each player in their right position, especially defensively? That's what West Ham does really well. They don't run like most teams, you know. When they go forward, they may run, but they're always in good position. They're always very well set up. Their shape is well constructed, and therefore they can repel attacks. They've done it well.
But Cranky, You see, one of the problems I had with that shape thing with West Ham, though, even though the players were in position, but they were not stepping to the opponent, and that's how the first goal was scored by what's his name? Silva. Silva, Thiago.
Oh,
Well, that was on set play, right? So there's a difference between shape in set play and shape when you're getting attacked, right? In set play, people pick people. You know, that one goes Antonio's fault, actually.
Yes, he did not jump with the player. But you see, with the shape, though, Cranky, even when Chelsea was coming at them, they were in numbers, keeping their shape, but they were still not stepping towards to break up play. I guess they were probably waiting on Chelsea to make a mistake.
Yeah, coach. Yes, exactly, coach. So I am not going to make a mistake and try to pressure you too much, because if I pressure you too much and you beat me, or Chelsea have the skill, I'm out of position. Let you make the decision instead of me forcing you to make the decision.
Cranky, here's where I disagree with you.
Okay.
Because of the quality players that Chelsea have, you cannot give them the space and hoping that they make mistake.
Coach,
you still have to press as well.
Coach, your focus is the final third, especially around the 18. If I cover that, so the second goal that scored, wasn't a mistake. Johnson got injured. Johnson didn't get back to cover Mount. He pulled up. He was trying to get back. He didn't get back because his hamstring was injured. That's why Mount got the ball from Ziyech wide. And in fact, the keeper should have saved that goal. By the way, he's an ex-Arsenal goalkeeper. But he should have saved that goal. That shouldn't have scored at your near post in no way, shape, or form. I don't care how hard you hit it. Because it's from just on the top of the box. That should not score from a near post goal. But it was called Johnson was out of position because he was injured and he couldn't run back. But no, I was fine with the shape because you can't go out and play Chelsea. They'll destroy you. You can't get the ball up. It's like City. You stay in your shape. You stay in your blocks. You're waiting to make a mistake. You hit them on the counter.
Even the winning goal, I don't understand why Mendy never saved that goal.
No, I
know how he didn't save it.
He probably did a cheat, Cranky.
Yes, he was cheating, coach.
But say, coach, after me see the replay now, me realize
cheat,
that's
man.
What he was doing. Coach, you see what happened, coach? So, you know what he did? He was gonna he looked to cross the ball. He gave him the eye. Now he's trying to cross it. That's how poor the cross was.
Yes.
He gave him the eye to cross the ball.
But because Mendy cheated,
in the wrong place. Yeah.
But because Mendy cheated, he came off his line like he was anticipating the pass before, rather than moving whenever the time is right.
Rookie mistake.
No, every keeper does that. Every keeper's trying to get a jump, but somehow make sure they cover the angle first before I move. Right? He moved before and he took one step. It was kicked with venom. And I wasn't concerned. I was very happy about the outcome. I'm just I can't stand the Chelsea fans.
We have not conceded. We think we conceded 6 goals or so going into this game. And all of a sudden, 3 goals in one game.
But the fact is that you're still scoring because you scored 2 the day before, conceded 1. But you're letting 2 extra goals in comparison to the other game.
Yeah, but I mean, coach, to be honest, I even look at this is why I think we need another player January still.
Wait. You can only have 20-something players, right? You can't have 50. I know you have about 50 out on loan.
No,
we have 50 in your squad.
We have 25 right now on the roster.
No. You have about 50 out on loans. Because you just buy them.
Cranky, that is too low. 50? I'm more than that, man. All right, so Chelsea lost 3 valuable points, and they would have lost the lead. Newcastle, the team that we were talking about, had a home game at their St. James's Park, and they ended up 1-0 winner over Burnley. That was 3 valuable points for Newcastle there.
Their first victory of the season.
Yeah.
But I didn't watch the game. St. Maximin was one of my favorite players, by the way. I just think he gets in a good team. I love to see him in a very good team because he's a very good player.
For this round, I only watched the early morning game, West Ham Chelsea.
Yeah, no, I watched the Newcastle game because I like to watch Willock, an ex-Arsenal player, and I like to watch St. Maximin, who's one of my favorite players.
Okay.
They deserve to win the game. Burnley didn't offer much. They scored off a mistake by the goalkeeper. He came for the ball and dropped it. But I thought they were the better team and deserved the win. And as we talked about before, I think in the January window, they'll make some good purchases, and hopefully they'll be in a position where they can get some points to stay up, because I would love to see what they look like if they stay up and go shopping in the summer.
All right, so Brighton and Southampton. Southampton 2 back-to-back draws. Brighton the same thing.
Yeah, both teams. Brighton can't score goals, and in fact, they've gotten late goals in their last 2 games to get the draws. They play well. They compete with even the bigger teams, but they need to get a clinical striker, and until they do, they're going to be struggling. And Southampton does what they do. They score early and give up goals late. That's the format for both of those teams. One can score and one score early and can keep the lead. So.
All right, so that nothing much in that game. Liverpool versus Wolves.
I not understand. It's the Wolves. The man literally looked at Salah and said, "See, they go down the line." The man literally looked at Salah and tell him, "Say, just go on." It's like him busting tired or something. But the man looked past and say, "Oh, just go on out." But then this is the thing that I said, Coach, the other day with Divock Origi, right? I think Divock Origi is the only player at Liverpool that I see where he's not necessarily a part of the system, as they would say. He gives them something different. So whatever Divock Origi does is like unorthodox to whatever club wants in the system, or the other players function. Like the Firmino, the Salah, the Sadio Mane, is like the X factor. Because if you realize he has decided a lot of big games for Liverpool, you know.
So coach is like your former coach. Will do the same for Man U. Come off the bench and score valuable goals.
The man, like, I don't know, like when Divock Origi and the field, brother, if Klopp take them on there for the bench and the game down nil, me a freak because I say no, that you would have to score and get something out of the game. Because it seemed like it always happened where it's just blink of an eye and you realize, because it's like the 90, it's the 4th minute of added time. 4 or 5 minutes. Right?
So if you're Origi, why are you at Liverpool?
No, I think that's a good question, no, Cranky, but I think the same thing.
But wasn't he getting more game time?
Coach, he really plays in the league. He really plays in the Champions League. You may get a few League Cup and FA Cup games. That's not enough if you think you're a quality striker. You decided to have a big game, Champions League big game, Premier League big game. Don't you want to go play on a more regular basis?
Well, Frankie, he came up for them because, trust me, you have some Liverpool fans were sweating, you know. Ryan, big up yourself. You know, Ryan and some more people did a sweat.
Yeah, man, them are come on, Klopp.
Yeah,
but
man.
I think with Divock Origi on the field, any Liverpool fan, there's always going to be an opportunity. Until the last whistle blow, then can't give up, because that youth will score a goal or will do something we don't expect. Do something that Salah or Sadio or any of them not going to do.
So he's had some big moments. Champions League against Barcelona, Everton game where he scored against Pickford. This game, he can count a number of games where he has been a difference maker.
So even a game that Liverpool was about to lose one time in the league when they won the league, and he ended up scoring, and because they would have dropped points, which would have been a vital point. He had some big moments.
But that show the championship medal from Liverpool, you know. Because in the midst of looking on the barrel of a nil-all stalemate, here comes one of their players. So that goes to show that when Salah and Jota not at their best, then somebody will come up. And then you have the next ball playing team, Manchester City.
No, sir. This was like
they continue to march on.
Yeah, man, this was like a flaw. The man them look flawless, brother. Bernardo Silva, general. I tell you, coach.
Yes,
Bernardo
man.
Silva, general. Pure.
We were trying to get him in a coach, but he says he doesn't go to a championship teams. We were trying to get him in the summer.
Oh, okay,
But he
okay.
wouldn't
Yeah,
go to
because
he wanted to go to Barcelona, actually. He wanted to go to Barcelona.
Yeah.
Pure class. This brother is pure class, coach. Me I tell him. Pure class. Like I don't know. Like I don't know if City find a formula where them have David Silva, then Bernardo Silva, then it's like them find a formula where me I tell them one because from David Silva left and then Bernardo Silva pick up them. It's like them not really lose a lot. But
I think the most impressive thing to me about him is his work rate.
Yes.
He never stops running. He has all the skills, control, but his work rate is phenomenal.
But never realize that.
And at that, me rate about Bowen too, you know, from West Ham, you know.
Yeah.
Bowen does a run, you know.
Yeah. Coming from Monaco, you know, cranky. You realize that he has always been that type of player who would run. And his work rate was always high. Because if you looked in that Monaco team, remember when they beat, I think he didn't leave when they beat Man City. I think Mbappe was
Mendy left. Mendy left. The kid that went to Chelsea, a bunch of them left, but he didn't leave.
So I'm telling you, like, I think that is the game where Pep said, "No man, we need to get the youth here."
Yeah, man, him bad man, decent like baller.
Yeah, man.
And you know, when you look at it though, I don't know if this is true, but probably some people can research it. Most times, you know, the Portuguese players, they do well in the Premier League, you know.
They do well, but their national team don't do as well, given all the players they have, right?
Yeah.
So Sanchez was in the Premier League. He's now in the French league. We're trying to get him, but he didn't do well at
That's Renato.
He didn't do well at Bayern, but he's doing well in France now.
That's Renato, right?
Yeah, Renato. But I think Portugal's problem is their coach and CR7. They don't really know how to factor in.
Probably.
I probably think Fernandez, because Fernandez doesn't play well for them.
Yeah, but even the coach, in the terms of even they know, I don't think they can fit for Bruno and CR7 in the team.
I mean, they have Bruno, they have Silva, they have Sanchez in the midfield. You know.
They have Ruben Neves.
They have a lot of players. They have a
good team them have, man. Very
good
team.
Good
solid team.
And one of them now go World Cup. Either them are Italy.
Yeah.
Because they're in the same zone.
They're in the same zone, yeah.
For the playoffs. So.
All right, jumping over to today's games. Leeds, Brentford. Brentford got another point. Leeds got a point as well.
As I tell them, man,
2-2.
Bamford scored in the 95th minute. That was hard on Brentford.
Yeah, that's why Cataract is saying there's only one Patrick Bamford.
He came on late too. He didn't start the game. He came on late.
Yeah. Bamford is a good striker. So
Chelsea reject.
Well.
Hey,
and he's doing better than all the Chelsea strikers, by the way.
Check every team in the league, you know. You must find a Chelsea baller.
Yeah, because you buy all of them.
Yeah.
You hoard them, and then you have to go someplace to play.
Yeah. But they have a good academy, but it's just not the first team, not really. I don't know. Last season with Lampard, I realized we have a lot of first team players the other day in the team.
Because Lampard was playing the youths. Lampard was playing the youths because they had the 1-year ban.
Yeah.
So he was forced to play them. Otherwise, he just go out and buy people. So the youths never get an opportunity.
But they have opportunity now. Because it's something they play 100 game. I think it's Mason Mount. We have Mason Mount, Reece James. You have Trevor Chalobah. You have
Loftus-Cheek is academy.
Loftus-Cheek.
You have Hudson-Odoi. You have a lot of players.
Yeah. But remember, the academy baller beat we yesterday as well. Declan Rice. You see, the thing is...
it was City also, yeah.
Declan Rice and Mason Mount, them was playing straight.
The kid that played for Crystal Palace also is Chelsea.
Yeah.
Midfielder.
I will put them, man.
Yeah, I will put them.
Then
all right, so my team people, United we stand.
So United today shouldn't have won that. So United was a better team today, but I'll say this.
I must say this before, Cranky.
Go ahead.
I did not get to watch a single game today. In my area, there was a power outage.
You know, we're in the 21st century,
there's a series of power outages across the island. I don't know what is happening. I don't know if they're fixing something or what, but
Reach me
Places
last
does
night.
have a
Tell the
black
government it's
out for hours.
2021. Tell the government it's 2021.
Reach me last night to one.
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, me hear. So the whole port,
Yeah.
man. No, Spanish Town and some other place.
Plus
I
the
didn't have any port
partner,
Yeah,
today.
but coach, the grid is old now, coach. You guys
This
them
was
to
in
tell
an
them.
exam,
If you
you know,
change the
coach.
grid.
Huh?
The grid is old. The power grid is old.
Me not hear that.
No, I'm saying this was in an exam. My partner, she had an exam.
Oh, real?
Yeah. So we ended up have to go to one of the cafes and the plaza to get some wireless.
Whoa. Yeah, so me never watched the game, but I was tracking it on my phone, and trust me, when I'm understanding that the team is high pressing, they look better, even though it's a Crystal Palace team. So me not take that until me see them play a next team. But it seems to be some semblance of order with this new manager and just a few hours of coaching. Sometimes it's just the way the new manager comes in and talk up the things, and deal with it,
So I watched the game. You played better than Crystal Palace did. But just before you scored, Crystal Palace has a goal that both you, myself, and Cece could score.
Okay.
The ball fell. It was a corner. The ball fell to Ayew, who hasn't scored, as I mentioned before, in over 40 games, and kept his record intact because he kicked from about 3 yards out, and the ball went across the goal, which is much harder to do than hit the target. Much. So if he had scored that, it'd be a different game. You came down and Fred scored a beautiful goal, and you took it from there. But you're the better team.
Yeah, man. I'm happy for that 3 points. No doubt about that. And we don't have to belabor that. But new coach, new things. And Tottenham Hotspurs still continue their upward trajectory, defeating Norwich again, a lower team.
Yeah,
3-0.
I didn't watch the Spurs game, but I wasn't surprised about the outcome.
Yeah.
I expect them to beat Norwich.
You watch it, CC?
Yeah, man, I watched the Spurs game. Yo, is a Young Min son, Lucas Moura, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but Lucas Moura was playing excellent. Young Min son was also playing well. So Kane is still uninterested. You will see him play no one again. But
Davinson Sanchez, you're talking.
Davinson Sanchez. He played. He played well as well. He played brilliantly as well today. So they look good. Even though Norwich is a I would say probably lower level team in terms of where they're at right now. But Tottenham looked good. They look good today. Look good for the win. Because it didn't look there didn't look any other clear winner in that game. But they played some pretty decent football, especially Davinson Sanchez. He seems to have gotten some confidence, and Young Min Son continues his rich form that he's in. So they played some good football.
Aston Villa, Leicester City. Steven Gerrard against his manager. Wow.
I think
defeating them 2-1.
Yeah, Aston Villa was a better team. They got about 4 clear-cut chances. They put away 2. Ali Watkins missed me a sitter. Ramsey missed a sitter. But they played really well, actually. They have a different formation. I'm not sure if they were playing 3-5-2 or 3-4-3 because they only had Ali Watkins truly up front. The midfielders rotated like Luis rotated up front. Ramsey was always forward. But they played really, really well. So, they've won 3 of the last 4. Gerrard seemed to change the defensive shape, different from what they had before. I think I heard him in an interview talked about that actually, what he was focused on. So, no, they've done really well. I'm wondering where's Ramsey from. Does anyone know? Probably about 19, 20 years old. I wonder if he's Jamaican parentage. Can rope him in from early. That's the number 10 we need. Somebody who can.
Yeah, man. Ramsey's I think he has Jamaican parenting, man.
I think that's players we should be pursuing. Quality, young, a lot of energy, a lot of skill, good passer, very comfortable. Every time I watch the Premier League, I get perturbed with the JFF. Mitchell from Crystal Palace, people like all those players, part of the national program. They ain't gonna get to Southgate's team. They may get there eventually, but you should be pursuing them from now.
Yeah, definitely. And the that would have been the final game for this one. Do we look at the upcoming fixtures? Around the games?
Well, there's a game tomorrow, coach.
But,
talk about that one now.
We're playing Everton. My hope is that Everton plays the way they've been playing. They play Liverpool, we can get a win. I'm very concerned about my team, though. I don't have a centre forward. I rephrase that. I don't have a quality centre forward.
Well, Brain Drain is saying that Shamar Nicholson is coming. I mean, you don't have to worry.
It's coming where? We didn't have any invited guests. I mean, where is he? I'm not saying where is he coming. You gonna visit you, Brain Drain? I didn't know you know Shamar.
Arsenal.
What do you mean Arsenal? You know they have Arsenal team like in South America, right? Like I think in
no man, Argentina. The one in London, the Reds in London.
We are not inviting anyone to visit the ground. We're not. We're going to Everton. We're not playing. I don't think we're playing at home actually. So I don't know why they would come to visit us. We're going to Everton to play. Did Everton invite him to come watch us? I'm not sure you're talking about, coach. I'm confused.
Two teams that he's linked with gonna be playing.
I just said we don't have a center forward. We're still looking for one. We're not looking for. Shamar scored 10 in 16. Well done, Shamar. You're doing well. Keep on improving. Keep on progressing. But right now, you're not ready for us. We need a different type of striker. We need somebody who can hold the ball up, good in the air, beat a man, play in the hole, link up play. I think you have about one of those qualities, so we can't use you right now.
Richard. Oh God. So what you looking for in that game, Cranky?
I'm hoping to come up with a 2-0 win. That's what I'm hoping. I can't afford to lose. So, but I don't have a center forward.
You can't afford.
My forward play is atrocious.
Hold on. Big up to Talawa TV. Crystal. You hear what Crystal tell me? They could afford to give us 3 points. And now you say we can't afford, so they give you 3 points and can't afford.
Well, let me say something about my team, which is I don't have a center forward. And people keep bigging up Saka and how great Saka is. My 3 forwards have scored a total of 8 goals from open play in 14 matches. So Saka need to be benched. Aubameyang need to be benched. They're not good enough goal scorers to play for me regularly. If you listen to all the pundits, they rave about Saka. They want Aubameyang to play. I'm not sure what they're watching.
Remember some day in Jamaica a vacation now, so I just need to call me come start.
Lacazette.
Well, I prefer Laka to Abba because at least Laka works harder. He works smarter and he can hold the ball up. We have no link up between our midfield and our forward because Aubameyang only plays one way, like he has blinkers on.
Listen,
can't hold the ball up, not good in the air, can't beat a man, can't pass the ball.
If I want to get Aubameyang that money, it's like I don't know.
I get his 350, but he wasn't that great before he got him. He's a great goal scorer.
No, but he was scoring.
He's a great goal scorer, CC. That's all he does.
But he was doing it. No, what is he doing?
If he doesn't score, he's useless.
Exactly. What I'm saying to you, he's not scoring right now. He was scoring before. And he's not scoring right now. Right now, I don't even know why he don't play. What's his name? Pepe. I don't know why he don't play him.
Excellent question. We're all asking the same question. Pepe scored 10 goals last season in the Premier League.
Exactly.
Odegaard, Saka, and Smith Rowe scored 8 goals last season. Now, if you have one player who scored 10 Premier League and another 3 who only scored 8, probably more games than he played off individually, except for Odegaard, it makes no sense to me.
All I know, games coming quick and fast in December.
They are.
So you playing the 6th, right?
Yeah.
Friday. Then you have games on Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday again, Sunday. This thing will come quick and fast.
8 games in December, coach. Or 8 games around that time between then and New Year.
Yeah, man. So it's the fittest of the fittest are gonna really survive this thing,
And that's my concern, coach, because we play the same team every single time. The last game, Smith Rowe was burnt out, couldn't even lift his leg up. So the second goal got scored against you guys because he couldn't lift his leg up. He was so tired.
Mm-hmm.
You have to rotate your squad.
Yeah,
and he's not playing Pepe. He's not playing. Pepe's going away to the African Nations Cup. I don't know what Arteta has done. I'm confused.
All right, so yeah, man, that's a good little Premier League review there. So we can move on now to the next matter. And so, people, we have heard by the wayside that the big decision will be coming this week or before the week ends. And from what I'm hearing, Cranky and others, is that the decision. By the way, before, well, I did mention it, but Mr. Balakar just message just pop up. Big up to Shamar Balakar Nicholson, who scored a double today. Yeah. So the man said, all right, you hear them talks to me, can't move, but watch it now. Boom, boom, boom. 2 in the back of the net. His team won that game, I think 3-0. So he's doing well. And Cranky said, he probably going to sign him in the summer,
So I say this, coach. Look, when you're scoring goals at that rate, if you have 10 in 16, teams will look at you.
Mm-hmm.
We won't, but teams will look at you. Teams will look at you, and rightly so, because 10 in 16 is an excellent return.
Well, your Arsenal journalists are pushing him. So I don't know. You probably need to talk to them.
There's a lot of hearsay, coach. You can't read all the blogs. Always go for the authentic news from good sources.
But I'm saying, you notice what I say? You're Arsenal journalist.
Yeah, but coach, you need a striker, coach. You need a striker,
I didn't say vlogger. Yeah?
You need a striker.
Yeah, man. We just make a coach go and do him thing, Him soon deal with him thing.
CR7 about 100, so you need a striker.
Yeah, man, that's true.
Tappa is 105, CR7 is
100. Me say I got Barcelona, no true that is still.
I would use him. I would take Cavani tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I would take Cavani.
Well, I'm probably not gonna keep up though. In terms of the
he's injured prone at the stage, right?
Yeah. Not only that. That is a factor too. But I mean the amount of games.
Yeah, but we can switch him on. Like I said, I don't want Aubameyang on my team. I just don't understand people rate him. I don't. I mean, you don't need goal scorers, but if you can't play football and you only score goals and you're not scoring, then what use are you?
But for me, Cranky, before we segue into the whole situation, the decision situation, for me, I believe that it's gonna be a big battle royal between Chelsea, Liverpool, and Man City. For me, I think, or I believe, based on the eye test right now, I see Liverpool being the team to beat.
Yeah, I'm going to pick City, and just because Salah and Mane are going over for 3 games in January, 4 games, that's a big deal for Liverpool. I don't know how you replace those two, given the completeness of their game. And City, they're not losing anyone prominent going any place. They have 2 squads. They dominate the smaller teams. Okay, you can't get the ball off them, as you see when they play PSG or anybody else. So they'll always be able to win, even though they don't have a number 9, because there's so much dominant possessions, and they have so many creative players. I think Liverpool, if they lose Mane and Salah for any period of time, it's going to be tough for them.
I heard some blasphemous statement,
I think Richard has now probably graduated from being tiddlywinks to the credibility boss.
What is Richard saying?
True, Mr. Journalist, ima latch on Twitter and say define journalist. But somebody just
Richard,
said,
that's an excellent question, because we have heard people in this program say they're journalists. Even though I do think they try to get authentic news. I heard somebody yesterday say they were a journalist and they always wear that journalist badge. So Richard, I think it's good to query that whole authenticity of being a journalist.
But
not tabloids though, because tabloids are trying to sell paper.
Yeah.
I need to be like Fabrizio Romano, for example, always need to be spot on, right?
Yes.
Or news like Sky, who try to get credible news before they go out and publicize the information. But if you're going to read the Mail or the Mirror or the Guardian or the Independent, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Dave R is saying that Arsenal guy is a credible one who mentioned Boza.
Which Arsenal guy was this?
What's the name of the channel again? Guna Talk, something like so?
Guna Talk. That should tell you everything, coach.
I don't
Because
know
Talk
about.
has to get his news from somebody else.
I don't know about your thinking of Cranky, but
I don't watch a ton of Arsenal YouTube channels. I watch AFTV sometimes. I get frustrated with them.
But it was mentioned on AFTV as well.
Yeah, but they're gonna mention what somebody else mentioned, and they'll qualify what they say, so they heard it from someplace.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never heard about Nicholson, and I've been reading a lot of Arsenal news, so I don't know.
Yeah, man. But even if it is true or not, it can't be bad for the baller name being mentioned.
It can be bad for the baller. It can be bad for the Reggae Boyz. For me,
all right. So coming this week, we know what Cranky say what he wants. People, are so many people in the arena and not sanitized? Come on, people, you need to sanitize. Once you're in the arena, you should be sanitized. Sanitize people.
Coach, you have to define sanitize the people. No?
They have to. They know it already, man. You have to like up the stream, people. Liking the stream is you sanitizing. Come on, man. Sanitize.
Coach, I've answered this. So Brain Drain says my hero is Simon Jordan from TalkSport. So I said to Brain Drain, I listen to people and their reasoning and their logic, how they articulate their history, their experience. And Simon Jordan, yes, I listen to him. I think he's very credible. He aligns with my thoughts about how I think about things, whether it's business and or sports. He's multifaceted. If you listen to him, his thought process is very quick-witted. His intellect is great, frankly. I appreciate people can see and talk at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So Brain Drain, yes, he's not my hero, but I have people who I respect their views who are in the. There are a lot of pundits that don't respect their views, by the way. He's one of them because he was an owner of a football team before he goes on the radio, before he became a radio personality.
He bought Crystal Palace.
Yeah, at 30 years old, when he made over $100 million at 30, he must be doing something right then of a brain to be an English person who wasn't born into money, making $100 million pounds, frankly, not dollars. There's a lot about the man.
I think it was from the mobile phone company.
Yes, he did have. Yes, he used to have that. Yeah.
Until around in 2010 when he did a chairman and stuff before them going to administration.
Yep. Man's man, welcome. By the way, Man's man,
come
very
on, Richard,
good job.
Richard, don't take it so seriously.
On helping us to recall history.
Yeah.
I really appreciate those programs because you know what? I can equate to some of those. The guest, Donovan Hayes, you have was before my time, frankly, before I went to KC. But Charles Headlam, who I mentioned, was a great track and field runner. Played with him at some point with the KC. And Charles is a friend of mine, actually.
Why do I feel good evening to Cranky.
Big up yourself.
Comedy Central, Coach Minzy.
The what?
He said Comedy Central. We are not in the boring business, Mannings, man. We're not in the boring business. You want to be boring? Go watch CNN.
But Mannings, realize you cover a big back in. I want to go with that. You lay it to rest. You give it an honorable funeral, a state funeral. It's a wrap up in that
coach. No, coach, it's there, coach. It's there. Just cover it up. Just cover it up. It's there, coach. You're not gonna. Why you think him watch, coach? Why watch him game plan? Watch it.
What's you come on the right time, man. Big up to Jermaine as well. You come on the right
best
time.
Up Jermaine and
because we are hear some things in the mornings. We don't know if you hear the same thing we are here about the decision this week.
Coach, let me sit up.
When you said the decision,
wait, let me sit up, coach. Let me sit up, coach. Let me sit up. The JFF is here. JFF, the floor is yours, JFF. The floor is yours.
Announcement.
Or the announcement.
First, did you say the decision is week or the decision this week?
This week.
Okay. The ratification of the decision will be done throughout.
Oh, this week.
This
I thought you said
ensuing week.
I thought you said the decision is a week. Yeah, the decision is week.
Well, it has been for weeks.
But I just hear that there'll be a decision. You understand me? I try not to even honestly, I've just left that. I mean, because it's unprofessional on both ends. You can't have a person information gets out that there's a recommendation for him to be fired, and he doesn't know, and you don't make any decision. I think it's to me it seemed, I don't know how I could function personally. I couldn't function in a system like that, where the board recommends for me to be fired, and it takes almost a month for a decision to be made, either yes or no. To me, like I couldn't survive in that kind of environment. That's me personally.
In terms of what? Administrator?
I think it's unprofessional. Like if you're gonna let me go, let me go. If you're gonna keep me, let me know. But what do? I can't do anything. I can't move on, but I don't know if I'm going to stay. I think that like something is lacking. Maybe it's the way I think in terms of a professional, but something is missing in it to me personally.
So here's what's missing. It's nothing wrong if you have a process, right? And you're trying to work through the process, but don't publicize it. Don't leak the information. Yeah. So if it was all maintained internally, and they're trying to work through it to get to whatever resolution or outcome they're looking for, that's fine. We don't know about it. But if you leak it, it just shows you that I use my term, the patty shop is in chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is it. I get this. Like, no. How would you feel, Coach Minzy? Or like, let's use you're the head of an organization. You were given 4 suggestions or 3 suggestions as assistants. You take on an assistant, and then this whole thing comes up. Your assistant is one of the persons who could get the job, as an example. And you know that, and then you still have to work with that person if you keep the job, or if you don't keep the job and that person gets the job. Like it
would have been solid. It would have been strengthening your thought process all along.
It just seemed like, because the information come out, it is, the longer it goes on, I think it is worse, the whole situation. And to me personally, I think there's a level of unfairness to the coach in this.
Yes, I agree with you, Manins.
But remember, it's the same reason why I said that every time you hear something comes out from the persons representing the JFF, it kind of throw the coach under the bus, because the coach can't really say certain things. But then you're hearing, we gave the coach everything that he asked for. We did this, we did that. That just makes the whole thing, like if you're going to say the World Cup qualifying campaign was a failure, it lays the blame
on the coach. Yeah,
exactly. So it's like they're deflecting, they're blaming.
No, but CC, to plug this, I heard Mr. Speedhead of the technical committee said that when he was asked if the coach failed, if he would have considered that the technical committee failed, and he accepted the fact that yes, they would have failed. So I don't think some persons in that capacity would not want to take the blame when
so
they
coach,
rightly know
no, they're not taking the blame, coach. Because if the repercussions for failing is getting fired, then they should fire themselves too.
Yeah, but
you're not taking the blame. How are you taking the blame?
You can't fire yourself. You'd have to just resign.
Exactly. So if it's just words, you're saying I take the blame. Yeah, I take the blame, man, and you move on with your life. Nothing negative that's happening to you.
But only one man losing their job.
Exactly.
But here's why. Hold on, Mannings. Here's why I believe that everything will stop at the coach. Because assessing the situation, gentle people, we will realize that even if the external factors were against the team in the past, in terms of things not working out well when it comes on to practice games, players' documents not coming through on time, and all of these things, that those are off the field issues. And we know that football is not only taking up the on-field issues. But more so, why that individual would have probably been in trouble, the coach, or anywhere it goes, the coach. It doesn't matter what the owners are doing. It doesn't matter what the ground staff is doing. The coach still has a responsibility to get result. And I think that is one of the reasons why in situations like these, the coach will get the dash end of the stick because of that sort of scenario that presents itself in the world of sport. So it's not only football, you know. When you check it, the basketball teams, the whoever, they will bear the blunt because of how the thing is structured. So when the management not doing what they're supposed to do, yes, they should go. They should do the honorable thing and resign. But once the coach is there and he's not getting results, then he's gonna be under pressure because the
So,
fans are going to be
I don't disagree.
demanding stuff.
There have to be a fall guy in all of this.
Exactly.
Or fall person, I should say. And obviously, the coach is the most prominent person. We all can critique the coach based on what we see in his selection policy, what he puts on the field. But we also have insights and perspective based on how the administration has operated. And it's very obvious to us. And I'd be harsh by saying they're incompetent at best. That's the only best I can describe them, given all we have seen that transpired since before the start of the campaign through now. So when I hear Mr. Speed saying, yes, we are culpable, we take out some of the blame, I don't see you taking any blame, because someone can inform me who in the administration is going to lose their job apart from the coach / manager when we finish with the campaigns. They may not do it now. Where is the change going to be made? Where are you going to revamp the program by making changes at the zenith of the organization? And that's where I think the major problem lies. Even in the coaching, you select the coach, you identify the players, you set up the whole construct, and it hasn't worked well. So where is your culpability? Where are you taking ownership? Where is the accountability in this whole process? I don't see it. Whitmore's going to probably lose his job because, frankly, I don't think he's done the best job on the field, and he has to take some responsibility. But it's not all about him.
Yeah,
he hasn't had the support he needs to do the best job he could.
But when you look at the chain of command, then the person at the foot will definitely is the easiest person to kick out the door.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and it's just sad, but that's the way of the thing.
Yeah, but I think also, let me just say this. I think that we probably can separate blame from responsibility. You know, if you're in corporate world, that's something that people do. So Tappa has to take the blame for the performance, but the responsibility is with the administration, that it include the technical committee. The truth is, however, that normally it's the blame person that loses the job, and the person who is responsible normally don't lose a job. In other words, the person who appointed Ole Gunnar Solskjaer will not be fired. They are responsible for the hire, but Solskjaer will be blamed for the team's performance. You understand me? So Cranky is the supervisor, and he hires me, right? I burn up the CPUs in the company by trying some weird thing, trying some science stuff, right? So he is responsible, but he's not blamed. So they may not fire Cranky because it's harder to replace Cranky than it is to replace me, right? So Cranky is responsible because he hired me, but I get blamed for burning up the stuff. So I lose my job. Cranky may get reassigned, or he may that kind of a thing. And I think that's probably what they are. That's the only thing that would make sense, because if you say that you are responsible and you ought to be blamed, then you have to leave as well, unless they are trying to separate who get blamed for what and who is responsible for what.
No, management, I see them as the same. Blame and responsibility is the same. The question is, who pays the price? So if you get blamed, that means you're deemed to be responsible for what transpired. The question is, who ultimately pays the price for what transpired? So the coach is going to pay. He got the responsibility and blame to me is the same thing. So he's responsible because he's getting the blame, but he's the one paying the price, and no one else is. They're giving lip service to say. I heard him on Speed on Your Program Management. I hear him on Sports DTM. He basically says, yes, we are all responsible. That's all big of you, Mr. Speed, and you can raise the shoulder. But how are you paying a price for what transpired? I don't see where you're paying a price. It's business as usual for everyone in the executive body and everyone in the technical committee. And they all have some level of responsibility / blame for what occurred.
The ministry,
big up yourself, Lolo.
can't get involved
Travis.
in something like that. They can't. The ministry can't ask the board to step down. That would be government interference in football matters related, and FIFA has a rule against such an intervention.
Yeah, man, that can't happen. Giovanni, man, that's how run jokes at Coach Mendes, man.
Coach Mendes, super agent.
Yeah. I will jump off.
Jermaine.
Oh, Jermaine. Yeah, so man, yeah, the any bird pitch on the shoulder.
Boy, I hear the birds have come, the birds have out. You know, we have to speak in parables. You know, the birds give us some parables, but there are some very interesting persons that have that that could be applying for the job, and I'm wondering, like, this is untenable. Like some of this stuff, it is like you can't apply for the job. You just don't do that. Given what is happening, the only way you can apply for the job is if you believe the coach is not going to be there.
So man is man. If you heard about dead man walking? If I heard about dead man walking?
If you think the coach is going to be there, I can't. You understand? But you can't apply.
Why can't you apply?
No, you have to
apply just in case.
No, you have to just hope that you get selected without applying. Like,
no, here's what you do, man. You put in your resume, say, look, just in case you have an opening, here's my resume.
But Stan, remember there's a thing called when they apply now, they can be right beside the post, not vacant or vacant. You know. So they have a lot of jobs like that where the person might be on some special leave. So you come in as a replacement. If the person comes back in, then the person comes back in or they've left. So maybe you're applying on the basis that the post is not vacant.
But in most cases, when a coach is going to get fired, unless you're a Man U, for example, you'd have gone out and sourced a new coach. Chelsea coach didn't just get hired because he was sourced long before Lampard got fired. They went to 2 or 3 people. They asked them their interest, especially the ones who were not employed. Or if they're employed, they talk to the employer. They try to keep it hush-hush. But they just hire a coach like that. It's always a sourcing process occurring. It's rare a coach get fired and someone hasn't been sourced out about assuming the role. The problem is I heard what's the guy from TVJ was talking about this. He mentioned 3 things, right? Which is Whitmore's contract, which runs through the rest of 2022.
Well, one thing I know about Whitmore, sorry, currently, let me help you with Whitmore's contract, and then that's one thing you just remember.
Yeah.
Whitmore contract, he would only, my understanding, I saw some stuff, and from my understanding, he would only need to get 2 months' pay with the present month. So, say for example, he is, if he were to be fired, say in December, he would get his December salary, January and February. So
we have a contingency plan just in case. So I'm not sure why he would sign. I'm not sure why he would sign that contract, but that's okay.
That is what the contract is.
Right.
From my reading.
Okay. The second thing was that there are persons on the JFF's board who wants to retain Whitmore. That's part of the holdup. And third, they're not sure they have a viable candidate between the person that was mentioned historically previously, Paul Hall, or whoever the alternative may be. They're not sure they have someone who they're comfortable with or confident in to assume the role. That was what the person alluded to. I don't know what is factual, what's not factual. All those make some kind of sense. But if Mr. Speed said when he was on coach's program that your performance is always being assessed and everyone is subject to, I would say, be replaced if they don't perform, So my question for the JFF would be, frankly, if that was the case, you have had 3 windows. After the first window, was it assessed? Was he assessed after the second window? And why would you think about firing him after the third window, which is the most successful window? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Anything as far as the whole situation or the dealt with the situation though, I'm telling anyone, you can't be surprised if come the Mexico game you see a different coach or you see a different staff in the dugout. That is how the man deal with the situation. And it is unfair to the fans of the Reggae Boyz for us to not have a decision or have known anything up to this point, because you're asking us to take the money out of our pocket and go and watch the team in the stadium if the tickets become available. Yet when information is supposed to come are supposed to be
but CC, didn't they say that they're not gonna rush this thing?
No, it's not even the matter of rushing up. It's just the matter of um how they approach it and how certain things are being said. When the committee leaked, when the information was leaked in terms of recommendation and then everything that led up to this, the only thing that they came out and said, Tappa is not fired and it is all a lie and Tappa is still the coach and these things. There was no, and then if you look at it, I'm talking from the long time where there's no press conference, there's no information, players get injured, just come back and play. There's like them don't really care about the fans. There's no, them not feel like them accountable to the fans or feel like they should say anything to the fans. It's like them just know say, oh, we have to do our thing, I want to do phone thing. But guess what? I come support the team same way. And to me, I find that kind of disrespectful, because if you have to ask me to spend money, then at least give me some information to go by. That is why I like these platforms, and that is why I like what management, what coach, what all you guys do, because at the end of the day, in order for us as the fans to get information, most of the information that we get comes through you guys. Otherwise, we don't get any information.
Can I ask a question? I mean, this is just probably just reasonable thing. If the team were playing better, like in terms of really not being outplayed and still had the same amount of points, would the coach should he still be fired?
Manning's man.
Would that be an option?
Manning's man.
And no, the other part of
Manning's man. This is a results business.
Fine, that's why all right. So if the results were the same and the team were playing better, he should be still lose his job. But if we had more points, say we had 11 points, but we're playing just as bad, he could stay.
Management of results business.
Okay.
It's all about outcome.
All right. So the issue then is not how the team is playing; it is getting the results.
Now, look, it's going to be both, but it's about results. It's going to be always going to be both, but it's about results. If you're playing poorly and you're winning games, what are people going to say? At the end of the day, look at the points total. You're trying to make the World Cup. You're not getting there. You're playing poorly and you don't have the points. If you have the points, you're playing poorly. You can't really complain because you get knocked out. There you go.
Okay. No, but the people still have a complaint about the performance.
Yeah, but coach, it doesn't matter, coach, because you have outcome, coach. It doesn't matter, you get knocked out.
Yeah, well, hear me now. They're gonna complain about the performance,
Yes.
But they're gonna be in love
more lenient
with the results, because points are on the board. But they are probably going to say that they want the team to be playing better, even though we're having a lot of points.
Yeah, but coach, we all would agree with that, coach. Right? That's how we are. That's what we should expect. But if you don't have positive outcome, you gotta go.
Man, in them said that's how you cover up the big back TV. Can't now give you a result.
But to me, the whole basis of performance. This is where. That is why I said it earlier when I said that a lot of times we want 70 and 75% possession, but me want 3 points. That's all me want, 3 points. So if the team they 11, 12 points, coach, me not care how them get 11 or 12 points. Them could average 40% of the ball game for the entire period. But once them the 12 points and in a position where them can qualify, then that's all me care about. Because at this point in time, being realistic, we can't win the World Cup. But what we can do is
win. Hold on. Comedy Central.
He misspoke. Don't kill him.
You mean qualify?
No,
let me say this, coach. My last point is this,
that.
coach. If you had won the last 2 games in the last window, even though we still would be concerned, the outro wouldn't have been like, and he could have won the last 2 games. That would have been 4 more points. Would have been in contention. We may not have been happy. People still be calling for his head, but at least he would have the evidence to say we're making progress. You can see the upward trajectory. Mm-hmm. We don't see that. We had 2 easy games. Well, not 2 easy games. We had 2 difficult games, winnable games. His players let him down, and he also let him down. Himself down with his selection. If his selections were better, even then people may feel a little bit better. But nothing works. Selection, outcome. You gotta go.
What I was saying earlier is that I am saying that we want to qualify for the World Cup. I don't care how we get there performance-wise, because we're not going to the World Cup to win the World Cup. Some people might say that sound away, but it's just the facts. You have to understand where you are at this current point in time. We are not going to the World Cup to win the World Cup. We are going to the World Cup to benefit our football further down the line. That's why I'm saying that if he was getting the results, it didn't matter how the results are coming. The performance would not matter to the point, but the result that he's getting would matter. But when you're not getting the result, everything counts. Everything is being under the microscope. The performance, the everything is under the microscope.
So I do see some sign languages in the background, coach. I see some sign languages. It's very funny.
Hold on, I could hear from Jermaine was here before. Jermaine, you had anything to say before?
I did see some sign languages. I did see it.
No, man, Jermaine was here before you, Qatar.
Jermaine, go ahead.
I mean, just to touch in on the point about the result and the performance. I don't think money's money would matter that much for right now, because if we could have just grind out the results and make it to the World Cup for now, at least that would have been the building block or the foundation to go forward to have a better playing squad for the next World Cup. You will find that more players around the world would gravitate to the program, and I think we would have money now to get someone more qualified, more experienced to lead a charge, to see the type of performance or the type of playing style that we want to see going forward. So for right now, results, if he was getting the result, man, nobody would be pushing him out the door.
That's true. Big up to Cataract people. I want to shout out Earth Strong greetings to Cataract. Today I'm Earth Strong. That's why I'm a kind of sign language, you know.
Happy Earth Strong, Cataract. I'm assuming you came on the program just to listen and to learn, and not to say one word on your birthday, because you don't want to stretch yourself on your birthday. I'm assuming that's why you're here.
Yeah, man. So on the shout out happy birthday to Cataract. So big up yourself, Cataract. Go ahead now, Cataract.
Happy birthday, popular Cataract.
First of all, I'm waiting my time, despite using the universal signal, wanting to make a point. But I see Stancroft, he has taken down his stopwatch that he uses for others. Secondly, no man's man. Cataract is a big song. That's not where you look at the post and see popular disco. No, Cataract, we have our name. And third, of course, big up Team Cataract. Coach, I did ask for 15 minutes towards the end of the program to conduct the most important democratic elections that there is. That is selecting a new general for Team Cataract, as I am stepping down because of my position as an accredited member of the media. It does not look good to be heading the ultras, and so the elections will be held towards the end. Coach, you asked for 15 minutes to allow the Team Cataract to vote. We do these things democratically. In the meantime, I've consulted with the cabinet, and El Padrino has been named as the Minister of Defense, yes, and Minister of National Security, replacing Brownman Security, who is not security. So El Padrino, congratulations on your elevation to Minister of Defense. Big up yourself. Coach, firstly, I just want to ask a question when I had raised my finger in a very polite way, as the media does. We normally acknowledge and we state our name on the house. O'Neil Blake, aka Cataract, Reggae Boyz commentary, that's the accredited media. Man is man. May I ask, not for your source, but could you reiterate that you are suggesting that Theodore Whitmore is the only coach in this world with this unique contract that breaches the ILO convention, International Labour Organization convention, which guarantees the right to decent work, which stipulates that you can only terminate a contract by either mutual consent or for cause, meaning the signature to the contract, the whole of the post, has committed a breach to which these, have been stipulated within the contract. Expound.
What is the question? I didn't get the question. I hear all these things around, but I'm waiting on the question.
I'm asking you to confirm that Theodore Whitmore is the coach in the world with this unique contract that allows for a termination with 2 months pay, as this would be a breach of the International Labour Organization contract stipulations, which determine that you must be dismissed for cause or by mutual consent. Thank you.
All right, so let me respond like this. Your question is assuming that the contract was worded in a particular way that guarantees him full payment for the duration of the contract. That's an assumption you're making. And so my statement remains the same. From my observation of what is there, if for whatever reason the contract is terminated, there is within that contract something where what the person, whomever that is in that position, would only get the present month's salary and 2 other months. I don't know how if it is mutual consent, if it is at the discretion of one party or the other, but that much I know. And this was established from the initiation of the contract. So it is not like, okay, here is a contract, this is what contracts are according to whatever organization, and you're breaching it. No. I could come and work in your company, and it happens in hotels. So let me give you this, where they sign contracts, and before the 6 months, you can be terminated. And based on what is in the contract, you only get the month's pay. You don't get the other 2 months' pay. So contracts are written and people sign to it. So I don't see the relevance of the question unless we know what the original contract was in terms of stipulation for the entire year.
Okay, so let me help you out here. First of all, Tappa is not a hotel worker, which is seasonal, and therefore those contracts have that stipulation. Secondly, overall, and I'm not saying he's going to do this, you are aware Jamaica is a signatory to the ILO, so you can write whatever you want to write in a contract, but ultimately, we live in a country of laws, and you can go challenge that at INET. And if you have a contract that breaches the constitution or the laws of the country, then that contract is null and void. But I'm not going to argue that. I want to ask another question, just for clarity for everyone here. According to the birds, very important animal, is the GFF current, or did the GFF breach the contract at any point in time by not paying the full sum owed to Coach Whitmore, and therefore would make all the other clauses null and void. Asking for a friend.
The last time I heard you talking about birds, apparently I was told that you had captured all my birds. So obviously the birds have been speaking to you. So you would be the best person to. I only give you information that I have. If you think there's other information,
Bad man capture Babylon. Let me say a Babylon.
Call upon your ancestors. Listen, Keter, the truth is that
I want to know,
in professional football,
let me laughing. Right?
No man. Let me say this. Let me say this, right? Whether or not, as far as I know, during this World Cup campaign, this is what I've heard. Like, there's information out there that the players have been paid and the coaches have been paid. I think the last time Mr. Speed was on a public, I can't remember if it was the coach's desk or Sports Down the Middle, when questions were asked about the payment and people always having to issues with the federation. They said that the JFF owed no one any money. So I took that to mean that up to that point, every cent to every player was being paid. That is up to the Gold Cup. During the campaign, after the first window, everyone, from my understanding, was paid. And this was, again, not on my platform, but I heard it on another platform. When Mr. Ricketts spoke, I think, either before or after the USA game about all the things, they did mention in that setting as well that everybody was paid. So my assumption is that all monies outstanding have been paid. If it is not so, I can't answer, because I have to go by what I hear. And what I heard is that they have been paid. Maybe you have additional information, but yeah.
No. And Ian Big Deal said that the JFF have the money, and I've heard people make these boastful things. And the reason it's a serious matter, you know. Even though this man have to laugh and deal with it, but I ask a serious matter.
What?
Because what I'm saying is, if you breach a contract in any material way, and I will depend on the lawyer like Leo Sovereign to help us. If one party breaches a contract, right, in a material way during the life of that contract, then you have issues if you're going to draw on another clause of the contract. But I will wait for the lawyers to come and answer that. But to the best of my knowledge, there have been times when the JFF has been in material breach of Coach Whitmore's contract.
Unless you have read the contract, understand the terms of the contract, you can't really make any statement about what either party breached or who didn't breach, or what's allowed, what's not allowed. Because the contract itself between two parties, they should have both of their lawyers, regardless of what it is. And I understand the environment you're operating sometimes, put restrictions on what can be reflected in a contract. The contract is between two parties, and maybe the contract says, you know what? It's a performance-based contract. If you don't perform X, Y, Z, then it's a month-to-month. It could even be a month-to-month situation where either party has the right to terminate the contract. Or if you terminate it, you get compensated a certain amount subsequently as of your termination date. So they may be saying, we're going to pay you 2 months if you don't perform, and they may have the criteria, and we're going to pay you 2 months subsequent to the point of termination. We don't know. The way management has spoken, to me, it sounds like he's read the contract. But Cranky.
Hold on. More answer something, because I think hey, look man, where man get that comment there from, man? Be yourself, man. Anyways, if the coach's tenure is terminated, that would have been termination of the contractual agreement that they would have had, that would have run over a period of time. No, I am saying, or this is my thought process on the whole matter, based on what I'm listening, is that if there's a breach, the powers that be cannot fire the coach. That's somewhat that I'm getting, or should not. But can it be a case where cancellation or termination of the contract be done, and if the coach has any issues with what transpired, or he believes that there's a breach, isn't this where he brings in his lawyer to pursue whatever needs to be pursued in a situation like this? Because
I
what
would
I'm
think
hearing is
No,
that
because
he
I
should not be,
asked.
or he can't be terminated.
No, I did not say can't be terminated. I'm simply asking a series of questions because clearly, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, some persons were high on the thing that Tappa on, right? There's a delay. No, I don't have birds or jankos or barbed or ball plate. No, I'm just taking a logical reasoning of why
Our Jankros.
hold on, I said jankos, or we can have a little bit of information. So I don't want to take money. Let me tell you something. Nobody will sign a contract that says you can pay me whatever you feel to pay me on a monthly basis. So that would be, I would find, would be a ridiculous contract that I would challenge that the coach with any sanity. And I want to clear where I come from. The Jamaica Football Federation management is to blame for the position that we are in. Absolutely. The inability to act upon a recommendation from a committee within your thing, it for me is a breach of what I mean, I've sat on boards before. When you get a recommendation from a subcommittee, the board is duty bound to meet and deliberate and come to a conclusion, or which could be that we need additional information, or you need to go back and do something. The board has not met its fiduciary responsibility to Jamaican football. We have wasted more than 14 days, in excess of 14 days. We're going on now, 13, nearly 21 days, 3 weeks wasted in a limbo. I have no brief whether it's coach Whitmore as a new coach, but I also am a person, I have been, and let me tell you, a member of the National Workers Union. And so I don't treat kindly to the breach of workers' rights, right? I'm saying to you that Marines, if in any time you are with your employer and you have a contract that you must get paid $750,000 per month and the money coming short, your employer is in breach without mutual consent. Now, a contract, and most contracts in the world of football, are terminated by mutual consent. Both parties meet and they say, look, this now work out, how much you going to take to leave? And then they sign off on it.
So, Cataract, you're missing one key point, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I agree with him in a cranky, because
I'm going to practice. If there's a breach of the contract and you don't exercise your contractual rights to hold him to that breach, then you're caught, right? If you don't say you breached my contract, so I'm going to terminate it. I'm going to exercise my right to get paid my full amount of my contract.
And if it doesn't happen, you go to the courts.
That's what I said. You go to the IDT.
And by the way, Cataract, what's probably transpired, as management said, because I heard it saying, comment, Mr. Speed, you didn't exercise, at the point the breach occurred, you didn't exercise your rights to take them to arbitration to court. Then they have caught up with their payments. It's like your mortgage when you're late in your mortgage. And they can foreclose on your house, but they allow you to catch up on your payments. So now you're back to square one.
I understand what you're saying, Stan. That's somebody said to stop now. Let me tell you something. The last time someone told me to stop now, everybody has to eat humble pie. Because Lord stood over that building and said, hold tight and hold your asses and don't just run with something. And in this Jamaican football that's happening right now, a pure rumor and this and that and I'm saying to you, let us be responsible with our football product. I agree with Stan that they may be a part. I'm not a lawyer, a status. I just know labor. But you might have a problem if you didn't identify that your contractor or employer had breached the contract at the time. 1 second, man. Let me just finish and then we'll let you go. The last time the JFF acted irrationally we were left to pay a very heavy price when they dismissed Coach Schaefer, right? Without going through what I would say, getting all the inputs to make a decision. And everybody was, blah, blah, blah. I remember that. Yes, man, Schaefer could go, we lose Honduras, bam, bam, bam. And then when the bill came, we set ourselves back. The reason why we're in the situation of having Coach Whitmore, who wasn't a B-licensed coach at the time, right, is because we acted in haste and irrationally and without the proper advice, because this is not a party shop. This is a national treasure. You're supposed to get relevant advice before you act. I saw the thing go. And this where you say, boy, I don't want chicken, I don't want fish. There are laws that govern these things. Some man might not want to hear it because it was so exciting, but the last time we act, that is why we end up with Coach Whitmore. Because we never have a dollar or we never have drive to wipe ourselves. And so we had to just run to a man. The other thing about it is, are there significant parties, and when I ask my son, he might answer, to whom have sway over the contract of the current coach, with whom you cannot fire the current coach unless they agree to it, because they are providing money towards the coach's salary and towards you.
Like, I'm not sure where some of this is coming from. As a coach talking, so that mean, I'm not sure. Like, the conversation is rumbling into so many different aspects of things. Yeah.
Manins, sorry, just give me a second. I have an attorney online. An attorney chooses to call us so that he can give us some
that's
insight
wonderful
on what we are deliberating on. He's calling from Texas. Go ahead, sir. Thanks for calling. What say you? Or clear up some of the stuff that.
Again, just with yourself, coach, and all the panelists.
Yeah, man.
A couple of things that I just wanted to point out when it comes to contract. I think it was Cranky pointed out that unless you have the contract and you're reading the contract and you understand the terms and conditions within that contract, everything is speculation. Now, as a general rule, if you have a contract that you have agreed to in writing, both parties have agreed, and there is a breach of the contract, and the party that is aggrieved by the breach continue to operate under that contract, yet there is an argument to be made that you have, in principle, amended the contract and consented to the breach. So cataract, that is something that you really have to take into consideration as you go through the deliberation. If the JFF, in fact, did breach the contract with respect to its responsibility to Coach Whitmore, and he was aware of that breach and continued to perform under the contract, there is an argument to be made that he had amended the contract. Okay, so that's one. Two, as far as the termination is concerned, I can tell you, no lawyer worth their salt is going to write a sport contract where the contract cannot be terminated by either party independent of the other. Okay, the issue is always going to come down to whether or not there is damage and what kind of compensation is going to be paid one way or another. Stateside, I don't know how they're writing the contracts in Jamaica, but stateside, I can tell you at the highest level, whether it's NBA, NFL, or any other professional sports, most contracts will have a buyout. Okay, and the reason that the contracts will have a buyout is the New York Knicks might have a coach that's on the contract, and the Los Angeles Lakers desires to have that coach. Okay, well, there generally is some monetary compensation built into that contract that says that if this coach leaves before the end of the term of the contract to go to somewhere else, the party the new party to that contract will pay compensation to the previous employee. It's very, very similar to a transfer fee in soccer. Okay. As far as non-performance is concerned, I would be shocked in an environment where performance is the be all and end all of it. If Coach Whitmore's contract did not have a performance component in it. Now, the devil is going to be in the detail. What specifically does the language of the contract say, and does it give the JFF the room to maneuver and terminate him? And this is an important point. Terminate him without having to owe him any compensation. That's going to be the key issue here. So the fact that they are delaying and this seems to be stretching out longer than most of us would anticipate that it would have, that may really come down to an issue of money. Okay, if they feel like they're going to owe Tappa Whitmore a certain dollar amount, and he feels like they are going to owe him more, then there may be some negotiations going on the back end, as to what the actual termination package is going to be. And until they've worked out the logistics of that, I wouldn't expect anything to happen. And then, I mean, in all honesty, it's not like they are in training or doing anything right now where there is, I don't know, where time is of the essence, so to speak. So, when it comes to contract, guys, I'd say that those are the things that I would recommend that you guys take into consideration. One, we don't know the terms of the contract. Two, that both parties to the contract in these types of situations would generally have the right to terminate. And then it comes down to whether or not there is or is not going to be compensation, and if so, what the amount of that compensation is.
So can I ask you a question, Coach?
He cannot hear now, but ask a question.
After Stan, so I'll leave this.
Yeah, man. Ask a question and I'll ask him.
So the question is, wouldn't the contract have stipulated what the compensation would be if the coach got terminated prior to the end of his contract?
So he's asking, Mr. Attorney, that if they ask again, Cranky. I missed
the question. The first part. Would the compensation be reflected in the contract in terms of if the coach got terminated before the contract termination date or the expiration date of the contract?
Yeah.
Would the compensation have been stipulated in that contract?
He's asking if the compensation package would have been stipulated in the contract prior to him being terminated before the contract expires.
Yes, it generally is. It generally is in some circumstances, but it as a general rule, it doesn't necessarily cover all circumstances that leads to the termination. So, if the JFF is making an argument that they're terminating for cause, and that because they're terminating for cause, they either don't owe him any money or they owe him a fixed sum of money. That could, in fact, be the point of contention, because Tappa and his representative could be making an argument that this termination was not for cause, and they may have objective evidence that they're pointing to, which says that this is not for cause. And I'll give you a perfect example. First couple of games that we played, we didn't do so well. We pretty much lost them, and so if the argument is that, hey, it is for non-performance, you could make an argument that the termination, if that's what they're terminating for, non-performance, that should have occurred much earlier. Okay, we've won a game, and we've drawn a couple of games or whatever it is in the last couple of games, so the performance have actually gotten better. So it's hard to make an argument. Or it's not hard, it's more difficult to make an argument, if that's what the JFF is making, that we have underperformed, or we're not performing up to standard, when if you look at the last 3 or 4 games that we've played, the performances in those games, even though we haven't gotten the desired result, has been much better across the board. It's what, 2 wins and 1 win and 3 draws or somewhere of the sort. So yes, but to answer Cranky's question, yes. As a general rule, a lot of the contracts will stipulate what the compensation to the parties will be in the case of a breach. But the determination of what the actual breach is, that becomes a factual determination, and that can get pretty contentious and have some effect one way or another on the final compensation number.
Okay.
So, Coach, I have two questions. The first is that
Cataract, ask the first one,
yes.
and then if you could write the second one, because the whole transfer of information,
It's a
please.
simple question.
All right, go ahead.
So I just want to ask. I first just state I'm not a lawyer, so I said we'd have to wait on a lawyer to give a legal opinion on this matter. And I don't speak when people are speaking generally, so I listen so that I can learn. I want to thank the lawyer, Coach, whenever you are from Texas. So I want to thank him for certainly illuminating us. I want to ask, what is his reading why in the soccer world, and I can speak to
what is the what?
In the soccer world,
Uh-huh.
in recent times, why have we seen coaches, if there is buyout clause, being paid the full amount of their contract? And I speak about Ronald Koeman, Steve Bruce, Dean Smith, just recently at these three, Frank Lampard earlier, Stanley the Arsenal coach, the former Arsenal coach, Unai Emery, all had seven-figure buyouts of their contract. If within the contract you could terminate for poor performance. And is it that the GFF could just simply pay Tappa until November 22, the entire amount, and terminate his contract without controversy?
All right. He's asking why is it in football that there's a buyout clause of managers' contracts, and is it a case
they have to get paid the full amount, and not
that they have to get paid the full amount when they are terminated because of poor performance? And the other one is
there is no truth. There is no truth to that. Unai Emery did not get a full buyout. It not a full payment. It was a buyout, and a buyout is never the full amount. It's a settled amount.
Yeah, by mutual consent.
No, but that's two different things. What you're saying is that a full buyout, there's a different thing. By mutual consent is you're supposed to get $100 million. And I say, listen, we're going to end your contract and we're going to give you 70. Would you agree to that? You say you want 75. We give you 75. So it is not full. You get 75.
All right, let me ask. The question. Let me ask you this question. If it's this is in its simplest form, could you define the buyout of the contract clause in manager's contract?
Yes. So the buyout is a cost control mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because anytime you have a situation where either party can allege that there is a breach of contract, you are creating a situation that can lead to litigation.
Mm-hmm.
So two parties entering into a contract kind of assume that there is a possibility in the future that there could be some conflict surrounding the contract. So, I'm coaching Liverpool, and the management's expectation of what the team's performance is supposed to be has not been met. But I'm on a 5-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they have committed in principle to pay me to be the team's manager for the next 5 years. A year and a half in, they don't think they're seeing what it is that they want. Okay, well, if that contract, if we are a 500 club, for example, and there is nothing in that contract that would allow them to terminate that contract for cause, okay, then you're trying to have a mechanism in there where they can come to you and they can say, Coach, look, I know we signed a 5-year contract, but at the end of the day, this doesn't seem to be working out. Okay, we expected, for you to come in here and for us to be better than 500. And you as a coach are going to look at it and go, yeah, you know what, you're not giving me the players, you're not wanting to spend, you're not giving me the resources, you're not giving me the support, you're undermining me in the public. yeah, I don't want to be here any more than you want me here. So what can we mutually agree to separate, to go our separate ways? And so that's why the buyout mechanism is built into the contract, because it helps you to manage costs in the event that there is litigation as a result of the behavior of either party to the contract.
Is it a full payment of the amount of the contract?
It's generally some it's generally some negotiated
amount
payment that's less than the value of the remaining value of the contract.
So they're not gonna give them the full amount. Say for example, you 5 years, 5 million. You do 1.5 year. So you're gonna be looking at possible 3-point-something million in the latter part.
Yeah,
you will not get all of that.
Yeah, and then we could probably agree to a buyout of 50% or 60% of that.
Okay.
Cranky will understand this. Part of that calculation is time value of money. So you would, under the contract, you would have earned $3.5 million over the next 3.5 years of the contract. Well, I'm giving you $2 million up front.
Right.
So the time value of that $2 million earned now in present day value, and then extended over the next 3 years. That's part of that calculation that they're doing.
Right. So we can safely say that the buyout clause is not indicative of the fact that the persons will get the entire amount. It has to be a negotiation and an agreement, like you were saying initially, that why the drawn out decision is probably because they are negotiating.
Yeah, I would suspect that if the decision has already been made that it will no longer function in the position of manager of the Reggae Boyz, then it's the negotiation comes down to what the settlement, what that buyout, what that whole arrangement is going to look like. That's assuming the parties have agreed to part ways mutually. Now, the flip side of that is if Tappa is contending that they can't terminate him because of a breach of the contract, then that gets a little bit more nuanced. Because if he's able to prove in court that they have violated the terms of the contract, they can still fire him, but they're probably going to owe him the full value of the contract plus any type of punitive damage that the court may want to award for a breach.
Okay.
Coach,
man. You have a next question, Qatar. Go ahead.
No, that is Coach. I want to say this. I ask the person in the comments, right? I know every day we come and we get to talk about some hype thing and Tappa out and Tappa in and some hype thing or goals and a good or but you see these conversations, Coach, are very important.
Yeah, it's a part of sports. Valuable.
About sports law and the things that govern us. So I would beg about them like conversation. Just check in and listen and thank the lawyer again. I hope Leo Sapper will jump on so we can get two legal opinion.
Yeah.
I have a new subscriber. She is a lawyer. She has listened, part of Team Cataract. And Coach, I am learning. And I'm glad.
Yeah, definitely.
Coach, I want to use the Steve Blue situation.
Hold on, is a question they're gonna ask the attorney because we don't want to keep him online.
No, I'm begging as long as he can stay, but if you need to leave,
let me ask him. Mr. Attorney, you'll be okay to stay online for a few more minutes to hear some more points or question. Are you listening to the live currently?
Not currently, but I can. So give me a second.
All right. So because I want him to hear the question, it's kind of very difficult. I am waiting on a piece of equipment so that the calls can come in directly and the panelists can hear the callers.
But Chris, can I say one thing? So Cataract is doing a comparison between
I asked to say something.
I mean, a magnificent job of just bringing a lot of things to light where soccer is concerned, and then sports in general. Because I'm a firm believer in we have to, and Cataract is a big proponent of this, is that we got to get a little bit more professional in the way we're doing the things that we're doing.
Right.
I mean, we got to get to the 21st century. I mean, the days of, I don't know, writing contracts on a piece of toilet paper or concluding a contract with a wink and a nod. We got to get away from that. I mean, there's too much money at stake. We got the livelihood of a lot of these young players that's dependent on it. They can't play in Europe. They can't go to, play in certain leagues, unless the national team is performing at a certain level. And then, I mean, they can't sell themselves as a program that corporate enterprise wants to get into, unless you're professional about what you do. So,
right.
But yeah, I'll be glad to stay on. That's not
but let me put it a little bit further. Would you be inclined to come on the panel? I don't know if you want to show your face and all of that, but it would be good for you to join us on the panel. The link is pinned at the top of your screen, whichever device you're watching it on. It would be good to for you to be on, so the questions can come directly at you. If you don't want to turn on your camera, no problem.
I don't. I mean, you guys tell me what I need to do. I mean, like I said, it's not a.
All right. The link is pinned at the top of the stream. You see where you have that.
You can send it to the WhatsApp that he's calling, coach.
Oh yes.
Yeah, man, send it directly to you. I'm welcome. Nobody can ban him for us. But Stan, I wanted to say something to allow you to say something. I took us down because this is a global thing, right? We were dealing with, as asking about Steve Bruce. Steve Bruce was the worst paid manager. His salary was £1 million per year in the Premier League. He was the lowest paid manager, £1 million per year. His termination package was $8 million, which is more than the total cost of what was left on the time of his contract. So I challenge us that, because when we ask these things, coach, we do a little bit of researching, that Steve in Newcastle's case, Steve Bruce was paid more than what was left in terms of salary on his contract. So I wanted to ask him if that was maybe due to damages, what could have caused that? Because he did not have 8 years left on his contract.
But Cataract, remember Steve Bruce's contract was complicated, Steve Bruce's contract was one that at the end of each season, there was an additional year automatically added to his contract. So basically, Steve Bruce was on a never-ending contract unless Mike Ashley decided to get rid of him.
So can I say a couple of things?
Sure. I'm just saying one thing before you go. So Steve Bruce's contract never had an ending period. His contract always stipulated that at the end of each season, his contract would be an additional year added to what was already there. So at all times,
if they remained in the Premier League, it was contingent of Newcastle remaining in the Premier League.
Well,
so Stan, go ahead. I don't want to.
So the contract is between two parties. We don't know what the terms of those contracts are. It's between the two parties, and it's not publicized, right? Sometimes they get leaked. So if he's paid $8 million, you have to understand who the parties are who acquired Newcastle and their ability to just make it go away silently without fuss. I'm sure if it was bought by another buyer who had much more concern about money, they wouldn't have paid him $8 million. But I don't know what the contract term says, right? Because maybe part of the whole negotiation Mike actually made with them is that you got to come pay Steve, because Steve took all this flack for me because I wasn't doing anything with the team, and Steve came and sacrificed himself as a boyhood fan. He got roasted. So it's maybe just for damages, mental damages. He wrote in the contract with the Saudis to say, when you buy it, and I know you have deep pockets, you should pay him this amount. So he transferred over to Steve. I don't think that any reasonable person, if they're going to terminate your contract where you paid $1 million or £1 million, is going to give you 8 times that amount to go away, unless they want you to go away quietly you make you feel good about yourself. It's how to manage the publicity. And frankly, 8 million to them is less than a penny to them, frankly. It's a lot of money to me and you. It's nothing for those people who are worth 250 billion pounds or dollars, whatever it is. So
while we await the journalist, I wanted to ask you this. If the GFF says money is no issue, my point is, why not just pay Tappa the 10 million Jamaican and make it go away?
So, Cataract, you have said this before in this forum, and I agree with you, which is, be careful your source. Be careful what they say in the public domain, because you and I heard before that they were trying to solicit the diaspora for resources, and now we hear they're flying private jet. Now we hear they don't have money problems. What should we believe? What is authentic? What is factual? Or what is just noise and pontificating and pushing my chest out? What is real? We don't know.
I take that, Stan. I take that. Mannix, you want to say something before, brother?
Listen, so I'm challenged, right? I'll tell you what my challenge is. I'm challenged that if you say something, it's not rumor, right? But if we say it, it is rumor. So you, in my opinion, you're the source of what is accurate. But the rest of us, we're the source of what is rumor and stuff. So let me pause. So something was reported that the coach was fired. It's not like Coach Minzy or myself were celebrating and keeping parties and things. We reported what was said. It came from a technical committee. It was out there. That didn't happen. Why is it that, like, every time you come and talk, all of you were saying that I was the only one? Coach Minzy wasn't wrong when he said that the coach was. I wasn't wrong when we did it. We weren't wrong. That's what was said. Now, between that being said and the person actually not being the job, there is time. Can that change? It can change. The fact that it changes doesn't mean what we said was wrong. It means the decision has been changed. So when the facts change, we change our videos. It doesn't make the video a video of rumors, because there are many things you have said that let me finish.
I never said that was rumor. I did not say that was rumor. I said it was reported incorrectly.
No. Tonight, you said when all of you were running with the rumor, I was the only one.
Yes, you said that, Keter.
I will clarify.
So can I comment? Should I be referee here for once?
No, let Mannings finish, please. Let Mannings finish.
So you need to.
Can I be referee?
Go ahead, Stan, referee.
You were both sort of right. And here is why. So coach and management are reporting information that they got from credible media sources or people with inside information. It's like when you're buying a stock in the organization. What Cataract was focused on is procedural, right? It doesn't mean you're both wrong. It's procedural, which is there's a process in place that has to be exercised and done in a certain order and certain sequence, hierarchically, and you can't say he's fired until he goes through the entire process. You're reporting what you know, which is you've been informed, just like TV, because I heard from TVJ also, that not only was he going to be fired, not fired though, going to be fired, but there was a person in standing, waiting to assume the role. So not only did they say going to be fired, right? You both weren't wrong. It's just that the way it materialized was the way Cataract suggested it was going to be. Not that you were, because we're saying you were wrong. You weren't wrong, management. We get it from credible source. But as we know, by the way, Cataract should know this. They live in Jamaica. Until it happened, hasn't happened. Because things don't go in accordance with laws sometimes or in accordance with procedures. I'm done.
All right, we're gonna have to put this on pause a little bit. We have no Cataract. Hold on, no, man. We have the Cataract.
It's the Ricky Hill rumor. It's the Ricky Hill. The replacement coach. That aspect.
Okay.
I just want to clarify.
So we have the attorney online now. So let him speak. Go ahead, sir, and welcome to the show.
But can I ask him the question I was going to ask?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I was asking was, I think Stan had give some clarification, and I take Stan's clarification. I was asking about what would precipitate, for example, the Steve Bruce situation, where his salary is £1 million a year, but his severance termination, he got an 8 million bump up buyout, but not buyout, a payout of 8 million. And is there a difference between a buyout clause, which is what somebody who wants to take you from that club, is that different from your payout clause? Is buyout different from payout? A pause.
In some ways it can be, because when people talk about a buyout, they're essentially talking about like a transfer, essentially. So, you know, if I'm coaching the Atlanta Falcons, for example, and the Dallas Cowboys offer me a contract, then they may be willing to compensate the Atlanta Falcons to get my services, so that Atlanta now has enough capital to go get their own coach. So in some instances, people will use the term interchangeably, but as a technical term, yes, a buyout generally is different than a severance, because a severance, by definition, involves a termination. Okay, whereas a buyout, it's the parties coming to some kind of a mutual agreement that they're gonna separate ways. In a severance, one party doesn't want to leave, the other party has made a determination that we no longer want you. Does it answer your question?
It answers my question. I hope those in the panel get the difference. Other people have questions, so I will not half your time. I know you're going to bill us for this because lawyers don't speak for free.
So here's a question I want to ask, actually, which is an interesting question, which is, so the question is being asked, what's being suggested? We got from, I forgot the gentleman's name in the media, who says the pay, well, what I've heard is that what management just said was that the payout would have been 2 months subsequent to the termination of his contract. So you get what we call it almost like a 2-month severance, right? In terms of buyout or severance, whatever. The question one asks is, why would any reasonable person have a contract for another year plus and decide to settle for a 2-month severance, buyout, whatever you want to call it, versus knowing that from a contractual standpoint, if I have 12 months to go, I want the full amount of what a contract would entail?
Correct, and that's a very good question. And the easiest way to answer it is this: if the termination of the contract is for cause, and the employer is the one that's initiating the termination for cause, the employee may feel like he or she doesn't have a leg to stand on, so they'd be willing to take that 2 months. However, if the point of the termination is contentious, then yeah, there isn't an employee out there that has good counsel that's ever going to take that 2 months. You know, they're just not.
Yeah, and I think Cataract, when you do your research Antonio Conte dismissal from Chelsea. So I think he disputed that, and they were probably in courts for a while before that got settled, before he went to Inter. So I think that's a good one to look at. Why was he disputing it when they would have some kind of termination reflected in the clause of the contract about, you know, not because he performed, frankly. So his probably wasn't a he won the league. Then they were doing as hot the second year. But that'll be a good one to research and see what was the rationale for him taking him to court, or the dispute that they had was in arbitration as to why that didn't get settled mutually agreeable.
Yeah, I also think though, Frankie. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Cranky just raised a very, very important point. The other thing that we don't know about Coach Whitmore's contract is whether or not there's a clause in there that requires for any dispute to be settled through arbitration. You know, so if this is an issue that has to go before an arbitrator or a board of arbitrators, then that could also be part of the reason why there is some delay in the resolution.
Yeah, all right. I think there's a question. Well, let me read this one, Mannings. You're gonna be going after. From Pagan, big up yourself, Pagan. How long can this firing be drawn out for? There is a January window we have to think about. Camps, logistics, etc., etc.
Well, to answer the the person's question, I mean, that depends, and it really depends on JFF, and it depends on the parties involved. If neither parties are amenable to a settlement, then it could go well beyond the January window. So you have the legal issues, and then you have the practical issues of trying to get your football team organized and ready for the next round of games come January. So there are some competing concerns there. One is monetary on the side of the JFF if they feel like the exposure that could result from any type of lawsuit or action from Tappa, whether or not that could cripple them moving forward. So that's one concern. And the other concern is more related to actual having a team prepared, ready to go out there and compete in the January windows. But there really isn't a specific time that you can put on it, because at the end of the day, it comes down to the contesting party and how willing they are to negotiate a quick settlement.
All right, just a follow-up before let me ask a follow-up on that same question. Sorry again to cut you, but can it be a case where there's no decision, but the team has to play, but they don't use the same coach? Will they be able to use the same coach, or they have to just move him aside and use somebody else in the interim?
Yeah, they'll probably move him aside, as a practical matter. They'll move him aside and they'll name an interim, and they'll move forward with the interim.
What's the implication because I assume if they move him aside, what he can claim is injury in a sense, which is not only compensation from the compensation, but any punitive damages associated with that termination.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that could come out of it is, if this gets so ugly that there are negative implications for him moving forward in terms of being able to get employment in his field. I mean, when you're fired, there's always an implication that you underperform, whether or not that's factually true or not. And I think the longer this draws out for the JFF, the more I think Whitmore and his team, the greater opportunity they have to make an argument that this negatively is going to impact his ability to be able to get a job moving forward, and B, all of the other punitive damages that could be found if JFF is deemed to have breached the contract.
Yeah, so let me just say there's a couple of things I want to say, because the conversation originally, and I always think it is important that we keep things in their proper perspective, because firstly, let it be known that we weren't trying to advocate for the coach to be fired or for him to stay. We were discussing the scenario that what could the unprofessionalism, that's where I was coming from. The fact that there was a breach in terms of information coming out that the technical committee, which is one arm of the same federation, just like if you have an organization and human resources writes information saying we are going to fire the operations manager. Human resource says that, all right? We're going to fire the operations manager. That goes out, and between that being done and the managing director make the decision, this is happening, it's unprofessional for the company itself and the operations manager. All right, so that is the premise of the conversation, number one. The second thing is that none of us knows the details of the contract, and I'll say it again, we are assuming that written in that contract is for the JFF to pay Whitmore at any point of his termination for the duration of the contract, right? The contract, in terms of how much you could pay, could start out, if in year 1 you're fired, it could be stipulated that you get 2 years pay. If in year 2 you're fired, you get 1 year pay. If in year 3 you're fired, you get 6 month pay. And if it boils down, because this is going to end at the World Cup campaign, if we get to the second round in the World Cup campaign, and this is happening, we have to hire. So the contract could have been drafted that way as well. So because we don't know, it is pure speculation. And that is.
I mean,
go ahead.
And that, I mean, that is correct, but that in a sense that's part of the reason why this program is a very attractive program for a lot of people out there, because you guys actually will explore the things that the normal media will not have that conversation about. So, you know, and I've said it before to Coach, and I'll say to each of you gentlemen, I mean, I think your individual and collective contribution to the conversation of what Jamaican soccer is supposed to look like moving forward is a godsend, because you know, I remember living in Jamaica as a kid and listening to people like Lance Whitaker and Ed Barnes. They were not having these conversations at all. You know, you would get the score, and you know, and that's it. You know, but here here you've got people in your panel with diversity in background, and you guys are talking about the logistics of setting up a team. How do you go about picking a team? How do you go about organizing, training? What leadership is supposed to look like? What management is supposed to look like? What are the governing bodies' responsibility? These are conversations that, in a general and open forum, has never been had for any Jamaican sport, for that matter of fact. I mean, Sports Call, I think it's RJR that used to have Sports Call back in the day. That's about the closest that we've ever come. But that's just a moderator and a whole bunch of people calling in. And you know, here you guys have people in different parts of the world with different background, with different experiences. And I think this is fantastic. But Mannings, man, back to your earlier conversation. Yes, we don't know what is in the contract, but I think this exercise that you guys are going through is an exercise that is illuminating to the general public, because this is things that most people don't think about. I can't tell you that I was even thinking about it before I happened to come across this program. There's just a lot of things that I didn't know about Jamaican football that I've learned through the back and forth between Cranky and Cataract and Neo Sovereign, and you know, all the various people that you've got on there. And I think as the population, the fan base of Jamaica gets more educated about soccer and how it's played at a national level, at a high level, then you're starting to see it. I mean, I think you guys, in a way, have kind of lit the fire and shone the spotlight in some places in Jamaican football that's making a lot of people very uncomfortable, and that's a good thing. You know, I mean, so, you know, like they say, if you want to know where the cockroaches are, turn the lights on in the kitchen.
Cataract is turning on a lot of lights.
All right, we have another guest coming in. You know, we understand that is another attorney joining.
It's not simply another attorney. Team Cataract.
Oh, Team Cataract attorney.
We have retained our attorney. It's history.
But I'd love for the person coming in just at least to turn the camera on so that I can see that it's a real person.
So what management?
Just touch that camera button so I can see if you're a real person.
What management?
All right, it's a real person, people. Real person. Welcome to the show.
That's not a real person. That's a picture.
No, man, I saw the person.
Okay.
So I ratified it.
Are you about roaches in kitchen, peony wallies, drunkos, and no rat?
I was saying what management is saying is actually correct. Look at Nuno Espirito Santo. If they had fired him at the end of the season, right, they might have not have to pay him any money, because the contract was written that if he never made the top 6, they would not have to compensate him. They could fire him and not compensate him. So it all boils down to how the contract is written and what the parties have agreed upon. If you are at a certain stage in the World Cup qualifying campaign, then this is the amount of months we can compensate you for if we terminate your contract. If you're not in a, what would you say now, a qualification position in terms of first to fourth, when we did take the decision to terminate your contract, then your severance package will be based upon the current month and the next 2 months afterwards.
I am very uncomfortable. I am very uncomfortable being in the presence of more than one lawyer, because lawyers can argue on both sides of an argument, and you're convinced that they're both right. And I get very uncomfortable in that environment.
Well, I mean, that's part and parcel. I'll let co-counsel handle that one, but that's part and parcel of the job. You know, cannot get away from that. Can't be a good lawyer if you don't know how to argue the other side of the argument.
All right, Team Cataract's lawyer, let us hear from you. Or should I say counsel? All right, you're muted. All right.
No one affiliated with Cataract cannot. I mean, Cataract, do you do speaking for everyone around you? Because we know you speak a lot.
I'm muted. Once I retain an attorney, I no longer speak.
I think you failed to pay your retainer. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, because
the money has there.
He did not pay up 50%.
That is correct.
So Richard is saying it there. But until we hear from her, I think Manning's RCC. Oh, okay, she's on now. Okay. Oh, welcome. You can unmute now.
She was getting the hair done and the nails.
Right. You're muted.
You're muted. Man. Excellent hear that.
Hold on, you're muted. I cannot unmute her, Nikita.
Yeah, I had to get my ring light set up and all of that jazz. So I realized that you weren't gonna let me live down not having the camera on. So
thank you.
Team Cataract.
Cataract. I like that name.
Cataract.
Cataract.
Pronounce it properly.
Anything said on this program will not be held against the guest.
It will be held against Cataract.
Yes.
Right.
Cataract.
Yeah. He didn't give me the proper training to get that right.
Pick up the whole Team Cataract. You see, the Team Cataract is a movement. So anything you know, lawyer there for button. I don't know, the lawyer.
All right.
So what we're talking about council is about the issue of contracts in Jamaica and labor laws, and how if you are able to terminate a contract that has a lifespan left in it, under what circumstances would you be able to terminate? Let's say there's another year left on the contract. That's the fact. Could you terminate that person's contract using the 2-month separation clause that might be in a contract? That's the first question.
All right, so I want to endorse what the other counselor said. I didn't get his name. That Jamaicans really do need to start appreciating the value of having things in writing, and so you pretty much can. Anything can be amended. Anything can be changed once the parties are so minded to do that, and if the point of a contract is really to ensure that there's a win-win of sorts, and if terminating prior to the agreed time facilitates a win-win, then both parties can agree to do that. So it really comes down to a meeting of the minds on what's favorable for everyone. And depending on whether the termination clause the clause that speaks to addressing issues, if it's about litigation or arbitration, arbitration fees can rack up to in the millions. So a company is going to have to determine, is it worth it to go to arbitration to save one person, or is it better to pay them off? And chances are paying them off is a lot cheaper than arbitration.
And litigation, if I might add.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Litigation is also expensive, but I feel like people tend to put arbitration as the dispute resolution clause because somehow they think it's more amicable. It's more not necessarily can be just as grimy as going to court. So it's up to the parties. I think it all boils down to the money at the end of the day.
Of course, as I will speak, once my counsel is here, and I will let CC answer questions, manage our questions, but I just want to note for the public, once my attorney arrived, Stan Crocky has disappeared. Quick, fresh God, stop chat off your mouth in that thing. Come on, what's the team cataract thing? Serious. Let's see if my man will follow suit in how he addresses cataract.
Cataract. Let me.
Cataract. My question is this though: if you have three parties involved, like there's an external party that is of financial interest in the contract, the contract that is on the table. How do you navigate that in terms of the persons who are supposed to do the firing or hiring? In terms of JFF has the contract with the coach, however, there's an external party that committed to paying a portion of the salary of the coach in order for when the coach signed. So the agreement was made that the external party would contribute to the salary of the coach. In the termination of that contract, how does it affect, or what impact does the external party has on that process?
I mean, because in the States, I mean, this is something that happens a lot. In particular in college football, where you'll see what are called boosters, which are very, very rich alumni base that decides, okay, you know what, the university is going to pay a coach $5 million a year, but the going rate for that type of coach is $7 million. And the alumni base or the boosters will say, okay, we're going to pony up the next $2 million. Well, in the event that that coach is terminated, the responsibility of the boosters to pay that $2 million, that obligation will terminate with that contract because it will be built into the contract itself.
I think what he's asking though is that when the third party is responsible for covering a major portion of the salary, and the institution itself, in this case, the organization, wishes to make the decision to terminate the contract, but then the person who is paying the salary says, for whatever reason, this is the person we want. I think he's asking the implication of that. How does that affect the contract? I think that is what CC is suggesting. He's suggesting that there's a third party who is paying the actual salary, though the contract was signed with the federation. The federation may say we want to terminate the contract, but the third party says, listen, we are paying the money and this is the person we want.
But what if
the language of the go ahead, counselor. Give me one second.
What if the person at the heart of all of this has opted to leave? I think you were mentioning there are other mitigating circumstances. What if his reputation is being dragged through the mud? What if the media is constantly attacking them? What if he's not getting the respect and the resources? If it's gotten to the point where they want you to leave, I don't, I think it would be it would boil
best
down
interest.
to the coach. It would boil down to the coach, and is it worth the fight? And I think in these public fora, it's probably better to just take the money and leave. Well, from my perspective, at least, I'm not sure they can't force a person to stay in a job that no longer serves them.
But so my question is this, because you spoke about the costs of litigation and the costs of mitigation. I think, or arbitration and litigation, right? All right. The cost associated with that, and people may say we don't have the time or the resources to spend in that. All right. So they sit with the attorney and say, listen, to go to court, this could take 2 years, $5 million, right? And they may work it out with the person to say, okay, you know what? I mean, instead of giving you the 10 million that is owed to you, if you go to court, this is what it would cost, and they agree to that. There is no situation where the coach could be or a coach of a national team, because it's sort of different. I'm assuming, let me say this, I'm assuming that how national teams operate is different from how club systems operate. Right, because
let me jump in there for a minute, because there, yes and no, okay? Because what we're talking about with Coach Whitmore is kind of what's in his contract, and there's nothing in the law or in the practice of law that says that
national versus club.
Yeah, exactly. That the way the national team contract is going to be drafted is necessarily that different than a club team. A contract is a contract. You've got what your rights, your obligations, your warranties, and so on and so forth. All of that language will be in the contract, and it'll be there are specific demands that might be in a contract that might be unique to a particular set of circumstances. Those we can't ever comment on until you actually have a copy of that contract in your hand and you're looking at it.
So the terms.
Go
because
ahead.
what I want to find out is the terms, right? Because the terms of the contract, I'm thinking if I'm a national federation, the terms in the contract cannot be the same as with a club team.
No, it can be.
Because I tell you why it's going to be difficult, because the cycle of the World Cup is which is the primary focus of a national coach our national coach. Tournaments is the primary focus of our national coach. So his primary job is when there's a tournament. Outside of that, he is not working, but he's earning.
True, but I'll say this.
With a club.
At the end of the day.
Counselor, I wanted to ask you this question. Point of order.
Okay.
In between games and in between matches, is it correct to say that the coach is not working when he's contacting players, developing, even if, for example, NBA, NFL, when the season finishes?
No, don't go. No, man, listen, we're talking about our present situation. Let's keep it in context. What we have heard.
Give me 1 second. Let me answer Cataract's question, and then I'll come back to yours. Cataract, generally, that's not the case, because there is a host of other responsibilities that the head coach will have outside of just training and practicing and planning for a game or a tournament. You're recruiting. You've got sponsor engagement. You're out meeting with people from other federations as you try to engage for practice matches and things of that nature. So once we get into the cycle and we're committed to going, okay, you know what, we've got a World Cup campaign and we're going to bring a coach in, then the work start. I don't know if you remember when Rene Simoes had stewardship of the soccer program. He would be all over the islands looking at all kind of players, talking to different coaches, getting people engaged. And I know he's that's a different experience and a different background.
And the difference
is one of the technical director.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is whether you're the technical director yourself or you're not, if as the head coach, you got to be tied into your technical director, because whatever he puts on your plate, that's what you got to coach.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. What we're saying though is that we are looking at this in context. In reality, what you have just said is how it ought to be, but in actuality, it's not so. The point.
Well, I mean, you can
So
speak to that. You can speak to that better than I
right.
can. I don't know
So
what.
right. So let us give it a context to what.
I challenge you. Are you saying that
Let
at
me
this
finish.
point in
But
time, let me just ask you,
yeah,
at this point in time, can you categorically state, and I open to the lawyers as well as mine, that Coach Whitmore slept today on December the 5th and did not watch Brentford play?
I cannot categorically. Let me answer you. I can answer you. I cannot categorically state that he was sleeping today.
Would it be reasonable to assume that he was watching Brentford versus Leeds to look on the performance?
I cannot say he did. I can't say he did.
Would it be reasonable to assume?
I cannot assume. I cannot be speaking. These are attorney category. I cannot make statements based on assumptions. Speaking to attorneys, I'm going to speak based on what I've heard publicly by the sources out there, including people within the federation and the coach. The coach said, I manage the players. When they come in, I don't have enough. The coach said that. The coach, from his statement, suggested that his job begins when the players are called in. Now, we can assume that he's doing other things. I have no evidence of that. And in the court of law, where we are right now, we just need a judge. The evidence is suggesting that the primary focus of the coach in this present construct is when the national team alone, the national team is assembled, he is to prepare them for the next World Cup qualifying. After that, we see no evidence of other work. That may be a part of the contract. That may be in it. That he works because we know that he's not being compensated nowhere close to what the previous coach was being compensated. Therefore, his responsibilities may have changed. In other words, the other coach was doing what Simoes was doing because he was getting Simoes kind of money. This coach is not getting that. So he cannot be carrying the same responsibility because the job description changed.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Perhaps the job description didn't change, but for some reason, maybe there was a payoff that we will never know about, which made him accept a lower wage than a more famous footballer. So, I mean, I would like to think that we have standards that guide the coaching profession in Jamaica, and that those standards would run true for World Cup preparation, regardless of whoever the coach is. So I can't imagine that the standard for a greater salary coach would be different from someone that's paid less. The results are the same, or the expected results would be the same, regardless of what the person is being paid. So I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't think the compensation should be indicative of what the coach is supposed to produce. So if he accepted a lower wage, there must be a payoff that we may not know about. That's just my thoughts on that.
Hey, Coach Minzy, I got a question for you because you've been pretty silent. Now, here's my question to you, okay? And that question is, when you look at the responsibilities of Winfred Schaefer or Rene Simoes, is there anything in Whitmore's background and experience that would lead, I mean, you or anybody else on the panel to believe that he was capable of handling both the responsibility of being a head coach and also a technical director?
That's a good question. You know, is it one of those questions that you ask persons in the stand? Because I have to be very careful how I answer.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. No, and I can appreciate that because I'm not asking the question to impugn his character or any of that kind of stuff at all. Because there is something to being a technical director that is,
yes, that's true.
That's outside of just necessarily being able to coach the football. One of the primary responsibility is, are you going to be available to go to the places that you need to go to, and then still be able to rally back and do all the things that you need to do as a manager? And maybe a decision was made that, hey, you know what, you can't be in England, you can't be all over Jamaica, you can't be in the United States, you can't be in Canada, scouting all these people, and then still be able to hold it together. As the manager, guys like Schaefer and Samoas, they've got coaching trees. Okay, they've got guys who they came up under. They've got guys who they've coached who have gone on to other places. So they've got far more eyes and ears out there than somebody like a Tappa would. And maybe that's part of the decision making process. So I don't mean to suggest that he lacks the aptitude to take on that responsibility. Just from a practical standpoint, is there anything that you guys think would preclude him from assuming that responsibility?
I can say this. You want me to help you, coach? Let me just help you quickly. Number one, in terms of CONCACAF and world standard qualification, he wouldn't qualify as a
that's what I was going to say,
based on the level of his coaching qualification. Because remember, even initially, I think the qualification he had to do the requisite exams.
Is it level 1 or level 2 you have to get to before
what is the CONCACAF B license, I believe he had to get to, which is sufficient to qualify him as a head coach, but not a technical director.
Right, because I understand that being a past player, you possibly have some exemption. You was a past professional player.
Right, you have exemption to get there as a past professional. So what happens is that
technical director is probably far-fetched doing that scenario.
Yeah, so when they come on to Schaefer and Simoes, their footballing accolades and qualifications, it's just like if I turn up with a degree in law from Harvard and one person turns up with a degree in law from Cataract College, then the Harvard one.
I'm insulted.
Manning, be careful. Retract.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna help you out here. Okay.
Go ahead.
The
Please,
gentleman,
stop. I'm going to mute.
The gentleman has counsel. Okay. And I can see a libel lawsuit waiting around the corner for you. So I don't think you're going to go down that road.
Right.
Devon, welcome.
Harvard University. Well, I'm a supporter. And somebody have a beautiful lady with white nails degree, right? Then law degree,
because our names are not white. I mean, and I would like.
That's the name. I'm saying that's the name of the college.
I would like you to know. Just I think it's Rude Ricky or Rude Chin. My lawyer is called to the bar in Jamaica. She practices in Jamaica. Although if you need a lawyer in DC, if you need a lawyer in Washington DC, she's also called to that bar. Yeah. We don't run with this thing. Cataract is international.
So thank you, sir. So I think that person, and this, certain attorneys as well, they command a higher what they call it, the retainer fee than others because of the years of experience, their qualification, cases that they have worked on. I think what happened at the original appointment of the coach was that no one was willing to take the job. Okay. And so this is what messed up everything, I think, in the beginning. There was no money, so they needed somebody who is going to take it for nothing.
Are we sure? Are we 100% sure about that?
Well, I mean, that's all that was out there in the media. And even there was one coach who came out and said they were offering him $100 per day. And he refused it on that basis. That came out in the media. So, I mean, it could be all lies, but that is what, right, Cataract? That's what's out in the media?
No, you are correct, man, that nobody at the time chose to accept
the job because of those things.
The job because of the figures. That is correct. But I wanted to challenge you in between when I wanted to put on the table when I spoke to you about Coach Whitmore being paid short at various times during the lifespan of this contract and whether that breached the contract in a material way. But I wanted to point out, do you recall that the Minister of Sport had to intervene in an impasse regarding the coach and him being paid his salary? You recall that?
What we're saying, though, Cataract, though, what we were saying is that if there was a breach and he never acted on the breach, they have made right on everything now. So you can't say you breach a contract when they have made right.
I want to ask the lawyers that if they have made right. And I still have some challenges with the made right situation, but if you have been breaching my contract and paying me short on a number of occasions, I don't have the exact figure, but we know it. Even to the point that the Minister of Sport had to intervene, and I think you have deeper sources in that aspect, that the government of Jamaica pays a significant part of the coach's salary. Let me just ask you so the lawyers can tell me. Would the JFF be in material breach of the contract?
You have to qualify that statement or Cataract. That
before
they have paid it right. Hold on, Mr. Porter.
If they have done some funds and made good on what they owed you.
Not that. And they have not for the last since the Gold Cup. When was the Gold Cup? Since the Gold Cup, leading up to the Gold Cup, they have not owed you any money up to this point. So they have been paying you. You have been receiving your salary since that, according to reports. So that is that. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm adding to it.
I wanted to say one thing, Cataract, which you said about the minister stepping in, and I'm saying to you, it wasn't really no short payment. That why the minister stepped in. The minister stepped in because after 2 years of the coach taking a job on an interim basis, he was offered a contract of $375,000, in which he said he did not want that, and offered his resignation.
That's a pause there. That's a pause. Because we know they haven't gotten that point about the contract becoming permanent. That's not the time I'm referring to. Mines knows what I'm talking about. There was a time when there were some payments not made, and the Ministry of Sport intervened. So I'm not talking about the negotiation part.
No, but I'm saying to you that at that point in time, Cataract, the minister.
You're not talking about that point.
No, but I'm saying it's that point in time when the Minister of Sports agreed to pay a portion of the contract from that period of time. So any period that they short pay.
Yeah, money that I know what we are talking about. Right?
But they're not saying that listening to what I'm saying.
Yes, what they're saying.
Let us hear the question, so the councils can answer, please.
Yeah, but
I asked the question.
But they probably don't remember because
No, I remember. I think I recall the question, and co-counsel can help me out here.
Before the counselor answer this question, are we just speculating, or do we know the nature of the contract? Or are we just digging a foxhole?
Well, to answer that question, nobody has a copy of the contract, but they're asking where the discussion is kind of centered around just contractual law and contracts in general, particularly as it relates to sports.
Contract to be exact.
Yeah, to sports. But to Cataract's specific question, most contract requires some type of specific performance. And at any point during the life cycle of a contract, a party can be found to be in breach. The issue then becomes whether or not you can remedy those breach. If you can't remedy the breach, then you got a full-blown lawsuit or arbitration on your hands. So to answer your question in the shortest possible time, if the JFF was in fact in breach of the contract at one point in time, as long as the coach didn't initiate a lawsuit, that would have allowed them time to address that particular issue. The other issues the issue that I raised. And counselor, you can comment on this if you wish. Sometimes during the life cycle of a contract, when the breach is so egregious and it is so obvious, and the party that is hurt by that breach, if they fail to act on it, there are instances in some jurisdiction where the court have looked at that and said you were aware of the breach and the fact that you never acted on it and you continued to perform under the contract, that you have essentially consented in some way, shape, or form to a modification of the contract.
Yeah, and agreed. And then alternatively, the fact that I haven't acted, it doesn't mean that I don't still have the right to do so in future.
In the
However,
future,
the balance is, but there's a balance to that, as you rightly said. Is it so obvious? Like, would any sensible person do something about this, especially in where this is a spectator type situation? Your job is in public. If there's a change and you continue to operate, can it be said that there's consent? So it would be on the basis of fact, and the court would have to rule in that regard. But there's a balance. You can act in future depending on what the situation is. So if you fail to pay me my $300,000, you keep paying me $250 and I accept it, it doesn't mean that I can't sue you for all the instances where I was shorted $50,000.
No, I think what I think the thing is, so if
go ahead, Manix.
So I have a 5-year contract with you. For the first year of the contract, I'm paying you. You're supposed to get 100,000. I give you 80,000, right? Because I'm going through difficulties. But then I pay you all the back money in year 2, and then from year 2, I start paying you the right amount. So I don't owe you anything, and for the last year, I've been paying you. All right. I think that is the issue. Like, no, is that the monies have been paid and the salary is being paid up to the right amount. Can the person go back and say, no, I'm just, here's the question I'm asking. Can the person go back and say, in the first year, you weren't giving me my full salary, though I got it in year 2, it caused damages because I had a budgeted. Can they actually take out a lawsuit saying that, which is I think what Cataract is asking, even though the money has been paid and the person has been faithful in fulfilling all your obligations for a long period of time, you could still go back and claim damages because you had a budget that you were working with based on 100,000 and you were only getting 80. So when they took out the furniture at court, they came and took away the nice 70-inch TV that you bought because you didn't get the 20,000. So when you got the 20,000, the price of the TV, none of this is really happening, right? This is just hypothetically speaking. So when you actually, when I gave you all the money that I owed you in the back, you know you can't afford a TV anymore because the price of television has doubled. So could I be sued as the CEO for damages based on that scenario? Which is what I think you're asking, right, Ketara?
You can sue a ham sandwich. It's not a matter of whether or not you can sue, is whether or not you're going to be successful in the pursuance of the lawsuit. But from a factual matter, I would say.
I'd like to think that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that based on, like the whole accounts receivable section of the contract, is there something that speaks to maybe interest or, there's usually some sort of repercussion if there's a delay. And I'd like, contracts where there's a lot of money, big money involved, there is some leeway
there's
for
a,
that.
A schedule or deliverables.
Is there interest?
Yeah, no, precisely. There's a schedule or deliverable section. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's likely that maybe there, and if one isn't there, then this is why people get lawyers to negotiate on their behalf. Because everybody knows, once you've been hired by the government at some point or another, you know that something is bound to go sideways at some point. So you want to cover yourself.
You mean the Jamaican government or just government in general?
No. Well, I'm a Jamaican. I'm saying government generally, though I'm a Jamaican.
Let me ask.
Government in general, Mannings, but especially when you're dealing with our government, because they don't play by any rules.
All right. No, let me ask a question. For my learned panelist, that you could give this for some information for the persons in the chat and those who are watching. What are some of the breaches that the JFF could have done to the coach? Breaching the contract.
That is a tough one, but specific performance issues would be failure to pay. When what was done, failure to remit timely payments, and as Council had said before, in the event where you didn't meet the deliverable schedules in terms of, you're supposed to get payments every 30 days or every 45 days, and you're paying those payments at 120 days, at 180 days, whether or not there are issues associated with interest and penalties, and how much do those accrue over time. If the JFF had made certain representations or warranties to Coach Whitmore to provide certain types of resources, and then they failed to provide it, and then they're now saying, hey, you know what, we said we're going to give you Stadium East for practice, and they never gave him Stadium East. They gave him a facilities that couldn't adequately facilitate the practice schedule. Then you can't then turn around and blame him for underperforming when you contracted to provide him with the resources, and then you underdelivered on those things. So just off the top of my head, without seeing the contract, it's kind of hard, but just general thing. That's what I can think of.
All right, a question right there is that can he claim any damages based on this recent situation?
Counselor, you want to handle
the
that?
Information was leaked that he should be fired before the fact, and all of these things. Can he claim any damages?
It depends.
Well,
is there a Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it depends. Is there?
It does depend on a lot of things. So I agree that the environment that I'm working in, if I'm being asked to deliver something, I need a certain type of environment to do so, and I would have negotiated that. And if it's not there, then as Council said, you can't say that I underperformed. But then, if my relationship with you as an employer, if it's going to affect my capacity or my ability to get future employment, because of how my performance is perceived. Nobody knows the full backdrop about, what was not given to me, the deficiencies. Then maybe he may have grounds on that basis. If how he's being treated now, if it's going to affect the perception that other potential employers may have on him, and those employers could be other islands, or other small countries. So I think from that perspective, there's a possibility that could be explored. Like, it's like they're saying, you are so terrible, we wanted to get rid of you, and you don't know the backstory,
Okay.
Yeah, and Councillor, I was just gonna reiterate on that. On the basis of the leak firing of the coach, and because he's in a high pressure job, and then the backlash from media's, YouTubers and whatever means, will he have any right to come down on the JFF and said, you are the one who caused all this backlash on me and any punitive damages and or anything like that?
All of this is gonna be based on his ability to demonstrate whatever his cause of action is. He'll have an uphill task, I think. But if he's in a position to demonstrate, if he can document correspondence, if he can show that he asked for certain things and they weren't delivered or they were delivered late, if it wasn't clear to him, the conversation we had earlier about what his terms of reference was in fact, if that's not clear, and so he'd have to, demonstrate all of that with evidence.
And I think as well, like I think attorney number one, the one who was on first, the gentleman said it earlier that the coach and Coach Whitmore, and my position has always been that sometimes you have to lose the fight to win the war, right? And I think as a coach, you have to think about this. What my reputation precedes me, right? So if Trinidad wants to hire me 5 years down the road when all of this is under the bridge, what story do I want to get there? And that is why a lot of these things are settled outside of court when it comes on to sport, because especially for coaches, because you're going to seek other jobs and you don't want this to go before you, because people are always terminating coaches. It's just a practice out there. So why would you know that it's a job where you could be terminated and you create a big hullabaloo at the end of this, which could further hamper you getting any job in certain high position in terms of national team outside of Jamaica, as an example. And I think that is something that the person has to, I think you were saying it earlier, that they have to weigh this in the balance. Is it worth is the reward worth the risk? Do I go ahead and do all of this and then nobody wants to hire me because they said that, listen, the way how this thing went out, look what you put the federation to. Imagine because some people look at it and say, if you do it to them, you will do it to us, kind of a thing. So why take him? So that's something that he probably has to consider as well.
All right. Fine. Let us take this question on screen. Can Tappa sue for damages because of the JFF publicly blaming him for everything if he has evidence that the team's performance was at least partly their fault?
On that one, I'd say they're going to be hard pressed. At the end of the day, as the coach, he's ultimately responsible for their performance on the field. Administratively, are there some things that JFF should have done that may have made a difference? That's a possibility. At the end of the day, the evidentiary burden for being able to make that argument is going to be pretty steep. One of the things that one of you guys had mentioned earlier about the leak. Is there any evidence that this information was leaked intentionally by anybody associated with the JFF?
I don't know if there's any evidence, but I am thinking that based on what is happening, I'm thinking that it could be a possibility that it was purposefully leaked.
Okay.
So to both councillors, I wanted to comment.
Cataract, hold that thought for 1 second, because I had one other point I wanted to make on something that opposing counsel said. Now, here's the deal. If the JFF intentionally leaked that information, and it can be proven or established that they intentionally leaked the information, then there is, I think, a potential grounds for what in the United States they would call mental and emotional distress. Because here the situation that's created now, here you have a coach whose name is being dragged through the public. He's fired. He sucks. He's not going to be fired. Why are they keeping him on? And you have to deal with that every day in, day out. People are calling your phone. People are emailing you. People are reaching out to you on Instagram. and you're having to deal with all of that stress during the pendency of this issue. Or like you're sitting there and you're going, if you have made a determination to terminate him and you leak the information, why is he still employed?
And counselor, can he take a stress leave for the duration of his contract and they have to pay him regardless?
I mean, he can take a stress leave for however long he wants to, whether or not they're going to be culpable.
And they have to pay him.
Well, I don't know about that. That's something that you have to establish on an evidentiary basis. He would probably have to be able to medically establish that the stress that he was put under by their action made it impossible for him to perform.
Yeah, and hopefully he would not have been like, if he's gonna make this sort of case, hopefully he's not already seen a psychiatrist, because then which is I love the whole mission to promote mental health and all of that, but the fact is your medical records with your psychiatrist, they can become public information and they can be used against you, which is why it's understandable when people don't pursue those kinds of treatments. So he'd have to prove that I wasn't already having issues and difficulty with managing stress prior to starting this contract,
And not only that, counselor. Hold 1 second, Cataract, hold 1 second. I just wanted to comment on one thing here. Not only that the mental distress that he's claiming was not brought on by something other than the situation that was going on with this contract, because then they start looking at, do you have a drinking problem? Are you using any other controlled substance? So it gets really messy and it gets really intrusive. So that's something that you also have to weigh as well.
Yeah, which is why people just take the money and run. But one of the things I'd like to say is that when people are accepting employment, you are not just accepting the technical things that you're going to be doing from day to day. You're accepting the pressure that comes with that, and because probably, I hope the compensation was worth it for him at the end of the day, because it's not just being on the field, it's the perception, the pressure. At the end of the day, you're the fall guy right here, and being the fall guy comes at a price, and I should feel justified in being the fall guy if I'm going to accept your job,
And just to clarify something, I don't think the female is opposing counsel. Is she co-counsel?
I thought of that.
Did I say opposing counsel? My apologies.
Which means clearly that the counsel from Texas is not officially the counsel for the Chronicles. He came here like a neutral person.
He just came naturally in Cataract.
And now come out that he is the opposing counsel. And is he also acting on behalf of management, who we know from time to time has legal issues with Cataract? Right?
Coach.
I want to ask something. They've been trying to ask question. The league I want to speak to. Let us establish what we say. Prior to the meeting of the subcommittee, the technical subcommittee, the exact decision of the subcommittee was in the public domain. The exact vote of the subcommittee, as in those for and those against, was placed in the public domain. Would that constitute, and this is prior to the board meeting of the subcommittee, would that constitute a leak? And I'm not standing with that, I'm standing with principle here. I want to know legally, would that constitute evidence of a leak? And the management disappeared to either points. I'm going to leave this legal part and I want to ask a question about salary coach. Go ahead.
Co-counsel, you can have that one.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yes, he's muted.
We're not
They need
hearing
to
you.
get some. Yeah. All right. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So there are actually ways of proving whether or not there was a leak. There are forensic IT people that do this sort of thing, and so the person claiming that there is a leak, they'd have to probably put that investment, unless the government would, if it's in their best interest to showcase that they're not in the business of humiliating their workers or their people that are operating on this level, they may want to, get the relevant forensic people, IT people, to showcase that there was not a leak or it was some random admin person, or somebody, they can trace it through IP address, etc. So I think there are ways of demonstrating whether or not it was actually a leak or finding the ultimate source of the information.
And although these things can come in the future, so I won't delve any further. But just to say, I want to thank both counselors because it's been illuminating for me. I've learned a lot, and I hope the persons in the yes, cataract is annoying, except to those who are in team cataract, to whom I am the general, right? I haven't opened any bottle in here today or whatever because I am stepping down in good faith because no one should be a president for life. Coach.
Yes, sir.
I would like this issue resolved. I think that's I want to speak on my behalf. I want to know if Theodore Whitmore is the coach of the Reggae. Will he remain the coach of the Reggae Boyz, or is he going to be terminated? As somebody who, as I said, is a union man, I don't think it is very distressful for a worker not to know where they stand, whether they're going to be fired or they're going to remain hired. And the decisions need to be made one way or the other. And I just want to pose this. Are we saying if we should take what management says as his word, having a bird that eyeballed the contract, that Coach Whitmore...
I just want to know, Cataract, let me ask you to please do not say what I did not say and infer things. I now have two attorneys. I have one in New York and one in Texas. East Coast, West Coast. Be careful now.
Yes, but here is the South.
Balance.
We're the South, as you can see. But I would have thought you'd have called a lawyer to join, since everybody's bringing lawyers. You know what I mean? But seriously, Malins, if we're saying, if your source is correct, that Coach Whitmore only needs to be paid 2 months of his salary, you're really telling me JFF holding some cash in, do have $1.5 million to pay a coach? It's $750,000 a month. So we are going through all of this.
How much per month?
$750,000 per month.
That's not what I heard.
I'm going to ask Christ.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask Christ. Although management will, because he's a preacher. If it's $750,000, I challenge anybody to tell me that it's any different. It's $750,000 a month. At one time, it was banned about that it was $1 million. I know he asked for $1.5 million. But like how they dealt with the players or whatever. My figure is $750,000. Other people have said $1 million, right? So if you say that over $2 million, the entire football program of the national team is being held hostage over $2 million.
Remember negotiation, Cataract. Remember negotiation.
I'm saying, if it is that what management source says is correct, that he only needs to be paid 2 months as his payoff to terminate the contract, The whole football fraternity be held over 2 million.
But Cataract, no, look at it this way.
Cataract.
If that is correct, maybe the delay is the coach is in no agreement with that. Hence the reason, the lengthy deliberation that is taking place. So, quote unquote, let me repeat, if that is correct, that he's going to be paid off that. But when they meet with the coach, he's having none of it.
Yeah. So
and
he says
that could have been why the decision
says, no way.
is drawing
Idea
out.
give me all the money up until November and stuff. So let me say this, Ketra, but you also inferred that there are other factors, and I think Cranky alluded to it earlier when he said it was on TVJ where the person making the report said there were persons within the board, the executive body, who didn't want the coach to be fired.
Who don't agree with the recommendation?
Who don't agree with the recommendation. I don't know how many persons make up the executive committee, because that is the 5, right? So could it be that there are 2 yes, 2 no's, and 1 abstaining? So if it is a vote, and so maybe they are going to meet until they can get, I don't know. Could it be that to make any decision you need a certain majority from the, so all of those things could be factors. You just don't know, because, and this is why one of the things that Neil's always said, we need to understand the complete constitution of all eras. We need to find a policy document that governs bodies like this, because you just don't know. It seems like depending on what is happening, a policy is implemented or a policy is taken out to suit the conditions without any clear structural guidelines. And that is the issue that has always plagued us at the anything in Jamaica that falls outside of like private sector management. We have this issue. We have this issue where there's nothing.
You are correct. And I would say that that policy document might be just one message takeaway for you. So I urge you to on one of your upcoming programs. I know you speak to the legends and cover history well. I will just pirouette it to that direction. But I would love for you to speak to one of the persons in the know who is most forthcoming to you to find out what the policy document is, so that we don't speculate. Right? That's number one. But my interest in the topic now is, everything I said, I would like in the best interest of Jamaica that both parties come to a meeting of the minds and that the program can move on. I disagree with the councillor from the bar in Texas, and that there's no sort of urgency. There is an urgency now. The players should be in a camp. The head coach of Jamaica should be in England, Belgium, etc., running his eye test over potential recruits, existing players. That is what should be happening right now. 60 or 30 members of the local team, the USL, the MSL, who are now out of tournament, should be housed in a residential camp, drilling into them the coach's philosophy. Are we playing pressing football? Are we playing low block? That's what they call a park in the bus, whatever it is. I just want to say that there's an urgency in it, and I know man, so I wrap up quickly. If the coach is going to go, take the axe. I also want to say, and put on this thing, Mannings, I have a very serious issue with the technical committee. After September, they met, publicly announced that they were meeting to evaluate the games that were played, which we had a very bad round, losing 2 games and drawing 1. And then after the October window, they said they would meet again. They had met again. Yet there was no public discourse about what the findings of those technical meetings were. We don't think it was the nitty-gritty. Was the coach competent? Who was to blame? Or what could be improved? None of that was done in those two windows. And then we come up on a third window, and all of a sudden, the technical committee is super transparent in that its recommendation is to fire the coach. Why do they lack transparency leading up? Because if we were leading up, and we know they had said to Tappa, look here, brother, if you don't get the 6 points or the 4 points in the next window, you're gone. Everybody will be on the same page.
Cataract. Can I say something on that?
Okay, go ahead, Devin.
Cataract. What do you
then countered and said, I need the following in order to achieve that. And we will be able to properly evaluate whether JFF gave the coach what he said he needed, and therefore he is culpable and need to be axed. Go ahead, Devon. Sorry.
Cataract. You have to remember that the technical committee is a body within a body. Okay? The JFF hires the technical committee to oversee all technical aspects of the national team. They can't fire the coach. They can come up with findings. They can come up with findings and refer it to the board, and the board, which include the president, discuss it.
Not the board. So let me help you guys. All right. So there are 3 different arms of the federation: the executive committee, the technical committee, and the board of directors. 3 things. All right. At the top of the food chain is the executive committee, right? And then the board of directors, which consists of all the parish presidents, right? The executive is the president, the vice president, the chairman. There have been times when they take persons from the technical committee, and this is why I'm saying there's no properly constructed document that anyone keeps in to make sure there's accountability to it. So depending on the decision, I can take someone from the technical committee to be a part of the decision making. But in a matter like this, no one from the technical committee is a part of the executive. But there have been other occasions when members from the technical committee are a part of the executive. Making sense? But because the technical committee made a decision, it would not be fair to put them on the executive to discuss the decision. All right, Mr. Porter. So go ahead. I think you're muted, sir.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, understood.
I just wanted to make a quick point here about what you just said. Correct, because you got confirmation bias. If the executive committee makes a decision that Tappa should go, then you don't want him to be the final arbiter on that decision. There's the issue that we call a lot of times confirmation bias. But to Cataract's point, when the technical committee met in September, and then when they met on a second occasion, I don't think it would be in the best interest of the federation to make those determination public, because you don't want to put it out there and say, hey, we met, we think the coach sucked. If he doesn't win 3 points in the next game, he's out. You don't want to do that. That's a conversation that you would have within the confines of your weekly meeting or monthly meeting with the coach and the coaching staff. Like, hey, we need to see better results. These particular things are on the table. But that's what if it were me and I was operating in that capacity, the record would be created to show that, hey, we met here, we made this observation, we made these recommendations to the coaching staff, We met again. We reevaluated. We made these recommendations to the coaching staff. We met here again, and when we look back at the post performance after the first and second evaluation, we didn't see enough progress. And as a result of that, we're making this recommendation. Now, when you get to that point, that can become a public document because you're already in the process of making that decision. But when you're just in the deliberative part of just evaluating performance, I don't think it would be instructive or constructive to make that part of the public record that early in the process.
And not only that, so I say, no, let me just hold on. Go ahead.
But isn't that the same case where we see a number of clubs saying if the coach doesn't win this weekend, like they told Ole, and Mannings wouldn't be aware of that because they don't 2-5 coach, but our coach should be aware. They tell the coach if you don't win this weekend, they're gone. And that's
that's not a public pronouncement though. Those are media type that are coming out, and they're saying, hey, we heard from our inside sources that the coach was told this, but you'll never find that the manager of a club or the chairman of a club, right. They're never going to come out and say that.
But critical to this is, as you spoke about it earlier, so I'm a part of the technical committee. Remember, it has been said that they are a committee that makes recommendation. They are not a decision-making committee. So they made a recommendation, say they made it in whatever month for the coach to be fired, okay? They still, right, whether the coach is fired or not, remember, they still have to work with the coach as the technical committee. So why would you, at that point, when the decision, and that is why I think this should not have been leaked, because it is going to be untenable for the technical committee and the coach to kind of work now. Given that this has come out so public, like, what will that relationship be? Seeing that you recommended for me to be fired, it has come out public that you voted for me to be fired. What technical advice are you going to give me for the games in January?
And Banisman, I'm going to ask one question.
You follow me? And I think this is why I don't think it should have come out until a decision has been made. Because now the relationship
might be sour.
Yeah, it's just like somebody signed a divorce paper, and then, you know, when they get for some reason they never had the money, but they gave it to you, and they expect the marriage to go on.
Like, and management,
hello, you understand me? It don't work that way. I don't know, maybe that's the worst analogy ever, but that's, you know.
Management, my next question, isn't the coach a part of the technical committee?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Listen, I think the coach is a part of the technical committee.
Mr. Porter, so I'm answering it. No, he's not a part of the technical committee.
Can you attest to that?
Mr. Porter is not a part of the technical committee. He meets with the technical committee.
Does he meet with them? Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask.
No.
He meets with them.
Can you attest to that?
But I'm telling you, yes, Mr. Porter is not a part of it. I can attest to it.
We can draw for the article of something.
Yeah, he's not a part of it, but he meets with them.
It's simple. I'm going to delay that. No. And if he there was, that would because the Cardinal, the Auditor General, everybody, that would be a massive conflict of interest and that kind of breach.
We can draw for the bylaws, them, you know. So.
I beg.
Devon, please, the coaches, and when we say these things, somebody's going to take it up in the comment section and run go somewhere else. Really, Alex.
Coach, but I'm going to say something, Ketara.
He is not. He attends the meetings and he has to produce a report to the technical committee to say what occurred, and the technical committee evaluates that report along with their own analysis.
And the technical committee as well also, remember, part of that, Mr. Porter, is that they make decision on how much the coach is supposed to get.
Yes, exactly.
So like we're sitting in the meeting, hey.
I hope
he probably negotiate on his behalf.
I hope you understand the number of time I ask the question.
And I hope you
Is the
understand the number of
coach
times we said
a
no.
part of the how do you know?
The bylaws, which I think is Neo had done a program on it.
And I'm not gonna say something. I beg to differ because I can
Who appointed him? Who appointed him?
tell
Who
you
appointed him? Who appointed him?
otherwise.
If you're saying that, who appointed him?
All right, hold on, Mr. Porter. Tell me the members of who are the members of the technical committee?
Before you get there,
No, it is not my. It is.
Before you
It
get
is.
there, and ask them on a question. I'm gonna like when this happen. Make him answer the question. Who appointed the coach to the technical?
And I cannot answer that question.
So then, how do you know he was appointed?
Devon, let me ask you a question because I think Devon,
I don't want to implicate myself.
Devon, can you hear me?
Attending a meeting is not being.
Devon, can you hear me?
Let me hear the counselor.
Okay, yeah. So I ask, correct me if I'm wrong, but the inference of your statement seems to me that you're suggesting that even though by construct or by the letter of the law, the coach is not a part of the technical committee, by action, he has participated in such a way that you can only conclude that he is a part of the technical committee. I mean, counselor can speak to this. There's a concept in U.S. law called piercing the corporate veil, where I've got a business. Yeah. I'm the sole owner of the business. Well, what do? I incorporate the business to get liability protection. But at the end of the day, I'm running the business like there is no corporation.
There's no corporation.
So I mean, I sense that that's where
I have to stop this. Like,
but question though, is it of any moment?
This I have to come off the stream. This can't make no sense to me. This is just insane, and so I'm leaving. Theodore Whitmore cannot be part of the technical committee, so I have to leave. I have to leave. I can't. I really can't continue with Mr. Porter saying I can't deal with this. This is insanity. I'm going to get mad. If I ever go to my bed with this in my mind,
hear me out. Hear me out.
Don't show your usual tanto.
Okay, hear me out.
Hold on.
Too
many people talking.
Can you name us the technical subcommittee, man? Do you have any such question? We know that Rudolph Steele, head coach of Cavalier, is the chairman of the committee. Who are the other members and how many members are on that committee?
no, sorry. I want to have the lady and the council, and then I'll answer.
I'm asking a question, man. Councillors, I beg.
Wendell Downswell,
technical director,
right? Rudolph Speed, and the guy called Reed, right? Are the three?
There's another person.
Yeah.
Is it Reed or?
Give me his name. I forget his name.
The finance person, man.
Yeah, right. So he's really all right. So he is like one of those persons who goes between roles. So he's a part of the executive based on what decision are. The Chinese guy is not. He's
the chairman of NSW.
Yeah. So he goes between the executive and the technical committee floats. So depending on what is being discussed with the executive, he will meet with them. And if it's a financial decision with the coach, he meets with the technical committee. All right? What the technical committee does is that, remember,
Dennis Chung, yes.
Dennis Chung. Remember now, the technical committee is a recommending body, as far as we know. So if they want to implement a new system or 1,000 player, they are not going to do it. They can only make the recommendation to the coach. So every time the technical committee meets, it must meet with the coach because it's a recommending body.
So, all right, I'm gonna ask another question.
Well, I want to challenge management. We were told that 7 members make up the technical committee.
I was just going to ask that question. So where does that 5-2 vote come from if it's only 4 people you name?
So watch this now. So this is why I'm telling you that they are persons, because when you speak about the technical committee, you're talking about the football ideas. You have the person from there's a person who works in with that body of government that puts he was at the meeting. Is it the social develop? What is the name of the sport development? You have one person. There you go. You have one person. You have there's a Reed guy who is a part of. He's one of the parish. Yeah, man. He's involved in the JFF. He's one of the board members. So there are people who have overlapping responsibilities. I think those are the persons. The coach was not a part of the 5-2 vote. The 5-2 vote did not include Whitmore.
No, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. I mean, it wouldn't, he can't be voting on a resolution to recommend his own termination or retention. But I think again, it comes back to my point of what I thought Devin was getting to. Yes, there are rules about how a technical committee is supposed to be set up and what governs participation. But and Devin, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The inference seems to be that even though Coach Whitmore is not technically chosen to be on that committee, okay, he meets with the committee, but he's not on the committee. Is there evidence or is there a belief among certain groups of people that his conduct, okay, is such that he may have assumed some of the decision-making responsibility as it pertains to recommendations of that committee? I'm not the CEO, okay, but I'm operating in the CEO's office and I'm making CEO type decisions, and the board of director is signing off on it.
And you're absolutely correct about that.
And I disagree with you, Devon, because
and I'm here looking to make this easier by seeing there's actually a resource to say who the members of the committee are, but JFF doesn't have a website that's functioning. So
it's dormant.
It wouldn't be JFF if they had a website.
It's dormant.
I'm actually going through the article of incorporation now just to find, but it might not be in there. But I'm looking through it now.
No, you're only going to see who the company secretary is and the president. You're not going to see those details. But my question, though, is to everyone: would it be of any moment if he was in fact a member of the technical committee? Because you can be on a committee and people are still conspiring. Or saying things. There can be side meetings, or he can be going to the meeting before the meeting. You know what I mean? So is it really of any moment whether or not he's a true member, or it's by virtue of his action that we can speculate that he's a member?
So let me say it again.
I mean, I think
would the outcome have been
this is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So when they're selecting like an under-20 team, they bring Coach Theodore Whitmore in. Right? So they'll say, listen, we want to select some players. You're the coach of the national team. As an example, just give you an example. Are there any players that you'd want to be in this pool that could represent the national team? Right? So he comes in, but he's not a part of the technical committee. But as the senior coach, he has a vested interest in those who play under 20 if he's going to run a campaign or an under 23 team. So they are saying that there are people who float between board member, executive member. Like I'm telling you, there are times when even Mr. Speed and Dennis Strong meet with the so the executive become more than just the president, the vice president, and the general sec. Those two go over and meet depending on what the matter is.
Sorry, Mannings, don't use that term, and I let the coach. a man might be co-opted to come in the meeting. Being a member insinuates that you have voting rights.
Right.
That when a thing comes to a decision, you can be co-opted without voting rights. You can be an invitee. You can be an observer. Right? So, who's killing the case? You can be an observer. So, at no time have I ever heard that Coach Theodore Whitmore has a vote. So, the technical committee says that we think Theodore Whitmore's salary should be this. The head coach's salary should be this. And he, as a head coach, sit there and said, no, I think it should be a million. But I leave that there. Because Coach, there's just two matters I want to ask. When I read Steve Bruce's contracted amount of £1 million a year, and it being the lowest in the Premier League, I wanted to ask, and maybe this is for another program that we up there, what should be the value of an international class coach that could qualify Jamaica? And that if we are spending 1/100th of Steve Bruce's salary, who was coaching the club at the bottom of the Premier League, would we be incorrect in expecting to be at the top of CONCACAF? But maybe I just wanted to put that out for a future thing. Because I would have said, call Steve Bruce, because he's sitting pretty with 8 million. He's been paid for 8 years worth of money. Maybe he will come for something. How much should we pay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say this: the amount of money that you pay a coach is not the final determining factor in the end result that you get. I mean, because at the end of the day,
is it one? Is it one?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, take the Premiership for example, the EPL for example. I mean, you've got very, 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 very highly paid coaches, but at the end of the day, only one of them can walk away with that title. So at the end of the day, does it mean that the rest of the other coaches were failures? Well, it depends. If your evaluation is win the EPL or bust, then nothing else matters. And this is typically what you see with the high level coaches like the Liverpools and the Manchester United and the Manchester City. I mean, you get 2 years to be competing for that championship, or you're out.
Yeah, it's a performance based.
Lower level club. You may not know, I support Leeds United, so we're not trying to win the league. And I can recall two particular coaches, Coach Lindsay. I'm sorry, Stan Kroenke disappeared. I can recall Arsene Wenger, who Arsenal would not fire for years because they had an understanding that his goal was to qualify for the Champions League. And he was to do so with a squad without the mega signings. Managed by the Arsenal, man, you would know that they built the Emirates and moved from Highbury, and having made such a major investment, property prices and real estate prices in London being as sky high as they are, they asked and lowered the expectation of Arsene Wenger and said, look, if you can deliver Champions League football each year, you're good. If you can win the FA Cup every couple of years, you're good. You don't need to win the league because you have to take us through this time without spending a bag of money. Steve Bruce was told, keep Newcastle in the Premier League. Good. No argument from us. When the problem that happened is when there was a change of management, there became a change of expectation. And you just didn't fit it.
The answer is on the screen. That is the technical committee on the screen.
Right. Let me comment on.
The technical committee, and Coach Whitmore's name is not in it. And they have Andrew Curry, who is a resource person, a suspect. This is the person who takes. Right? And like I was saying previously, if there's a case where they're going to select like a youth team And not even they won't even have all of these people. The people who are directly involved in the footballing aspect would meet with Whitmore to put together the pool or the ocean, whatever one it's going to be, or the river, or the lake, or the pond. They will meet with him for that purpose. But that does not mean, like Cataract says, he's a member of the committee, though he sits in meetings with the committee.
Manning's man, and I'm not trying to belabor the argument, but think about it like this, because Neo just had a post earlier that there is no set number for the people who comprise the technical committee. So in Theodore Whitmore's capacity as manager of the senior team, is it unreasonable to say that he could be on the technical committee for the under 20 and the under 17 teams?
No, so let me say it again. All right, there's no set number, and what that means is, depending on the nature of the discussion, not all of these persons would be involved. If they're going to have a discussion,
I understand that, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking when for decisions or for recommendations that is not specific to his primary responsibility, meaning the management of the national team. Is it possible for him to participate as a fully functioning voting member of the technical committee for anything not dealing with the senior national team?
He doesn't vote on anything as far as I know.
Okay.
What he does is, if there's I'll get very specific. When they are going to select youth teams, they will have meetings with him. Right? That is the whole how it works, because that is connected, indirectly connected to the national team. But when the technical committee meets to discuss female football, Coach Whitmore is not a part of that. He's not.
Exactly. You're correct, Madison. I don't often agree with you. So, Coach,
hold on, gentlemen.
Can I put Management on the spot?
No, hold on, Devon. Hold on. We're running. We're way past the 4-hour mark, 15 minutes over. But I go into the opportunity. We are going another 15 minutes, right? Because we want.
I'm giving Sophia the 10 that you're planning on giving me.
No, 10 you want?
Coach, at the start I said we have to conduct the democratic elections. Coach, I gave serve notice. Today is election day.
Hold on. Cataract, hold on, man. Cataract, hold on, man. Election can go on anytime, man. Hold on, man. What I'm saying that there's another aspect of the topic that we would want to discuss, which comes right into Cataract's lane. And I don't know if anybody else is interested in that part of the topic. We can do away with it, or we can, based on what I'm going to say. Should we model or copy the British style of football development?
Coach, you can't talk about that in 15 minutes.
I can answer.
Of course, I can answer it.
Let me answer that, Cataract.
Let me jump in here, Coach. I'll say at the end of the day, the British style of football development is matches their culture. You know, they've got a certain culture for football. They've got certain resources that they can allocate towards their football program. And as such, they're going to do what they think is in their best interest. Likewise, Jamaica has to do the same thing. Now, are there elements of the way the Brits do their things that we may want to copy? Absolutely. We may also want to do that with, Argentina or Brazil or Spain or any other country out there that we see a particular aspect of their program that we think fits into our culture and fits into the resources that we've got available. But I don't think we can literally just go in and go, okay, we're just going to grab this from over here and we're going to apply it to Jamaica, and it's necessarily it's going to work. I mean, every country out there has got an idea of what they want their football to look like, and they look for elements of how that is done in different places, and where applicable, they'll apply. But we got to come up with our own brand, and that's part of the problem that we've been struggling with over the last couple of years. Is we really don't have any identity, and until we develop that, then we're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah, we didn't have centuries of free labor. Yeah, I just wanted to say, whenever we're making comparisons between ourselves and the US or the UK, we have to be mindful of the fact that we didn't have centuries of free labor. So if we were ever to figure out a way to get free labor and catch ourselves up, so to speak, then copy and paste it is. But since that's not possible, as you rightly said, we have to assess our culture. I was listening on Saturday last night, and there was a lot of berating of our schoolboy football culture and whether or not it's so we have our own thing, and we just need to figure out how to make it work, and maybe start thinking more about the money. Maybe put on that capitalist hat as well as that social engineering component of football from the earlier stages, and then maybe we can see some improvement. But I don't think we can do a copy and paste. So that's my 2 cents.
Let me just. And you're absolutely right, because I can ask a question.
No question.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask a question, and then I'm gonna give an answer to it. Do you know what the British change in their football to start having success?
But what success do they have?
They reach the Euro finals. They win the last. Hold on. They win the under-17 World Cup. They win the under-20 World Cup. They win Euro U21. These is a success that they have leading up with their youth teams to the national senior team reaching the Euro Cup, and also the last 4 of the World Cup. That's the success they're having. Do you know what they change? Does anyone know what they changed?
Just tell us somebody asked
okay, let me tell you. They changed one thing. They changed one thing. Their under 13 programs, instead of playing a full field, they play mini field and 9v9. So to enable the youngsters to get more touches off the ball and play with the ball more, until they develop certain skills, they put them into their academies, and the club manage them from there. Well, that's the only thing they change.
U13 we play 9v9, but as far as I know, nobody goes into any academy after that. They're probably recruited by the high schools.
That's what I'm saying. The clubs should take precedence and the academies.
Yeah,
that's the only thing they do differently.
So coach asked a question, and man, I'll be short. The answer is no. We cannot lift up the British model and bring it here and dump it on the Jamaican model. It would not work. You can, I agree with the concept from the Texas bar. You can and should seek the best practices. That's what it's called. You should benchmark, and you should come up with what our model is. We do have a model, but what our model is one that has not achieved any success or limited success in 20 years. So that's the model. And I personally get very upset when people say we must have some sort of culture. Do we know all the elements of Jamaican culture? One of our cultures has been a discipline. Must we incorporate that in football? We don't giant line. We're late. Those are aspects of our culture. I don't think that everything that is in our culture, we love badness. We don't pay a gate. Must we incorporate those things? I believe that we must look at there must be an exercise that Jacob undertakes with its stakeholders. Yes, but that's not speaking the truth. I'm not a man of God. With our stakeholders and determine what is our goal and how we get to this goal. And so I'll end by saying this. We have things like the quota system,
I thought you were going to be short, Cataract.
Which is not a part of the British system, and the British don't have many players living in the diaspora that they have to contend with. So that's a difference. So we can't have the same thing. Come in, man,
That was the abbreviated version of Cataract's conclusion.
And that is your 30 seconds. 10 of your 30 seconds.
Right. So
that was the gospel according to Cataract.
Yeah.
All right. So listen, all we have to do is to listen to the lady, and the argument is over. The lady is absolutely right. Number one, let me tell you this: anything British in Jamaica, I cannot support it, given how they have treated us as a people, in particular Jamaica, given how they have benefited from this country. They could have been better and should have been better. However, that being said, globally, we need to look at transferable principles. What is applied in this developed nation that can safely work in a third world nation? And you take the transferable principles and you apply them. There is nothing. Listen, when we talk about what the English has accomplished in youth, if we're going to build something that is successful, the English system is not the module, because they are not in the top 10 of most successful footballing nations. So if you go module something, it cannot be based on the English module if you want to transform our football. I think we have things that work in our nation. Our tracker, thank you. Ting ting, job rule. It's time to end. Thank you, Coach Menzi. And I'm going to say, if track and field, if we can learn some things from track and field, we can take some of those principles and apply them to our football to get it going. We are original people, and we have enough creative mind. Look at these intelligent lawyers you have on this panel.
What about the intelligent selectors? That's very classist.
Him too.
You're talking selector as in the person who is selecting the West Indies team, or selector as in a sound selector?
As in a sound selector. Anyway,
hey, your time done. End me time. Your time done.
I'm saying that track and field is not a team sport, right?
No.
And therefore there's some different.
Well, like you're telling, like Nesta Carter team up against Usain Bolt right now.
Team up against him.
Usain Bolt.
Anyways, we have 5 minutes to close. See, Travis does come on for the benediction.
Yeah, man. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
What's an election has been announced, coach? It's worldwide. You can't just. What's the message of democracy?
Catara, what's the need of the election?
This about the election nomination they were held.
What's the need of the election?
All right, Catara. We have some information. Good night, people. All right. For the technical committee, we have 7 persons.
Hey,
headed by Rudolph Speed, Chairman, Wendell Downswell, Byron Watson, Marlon Hilton, Denzel Wilkes, Elaine Walker Brown, and Gregory Daly. Those are the 7 members. And you have another person, Andrew Perry. He's a non-voting member. Those are the technical committee members. You can Google it and find it. So good night, people.
May we have your name, please, sir, with a loud voice.
One and only Travis Pessoa.
We didn't see it.
I want to ask Travis that he's on here and I'm not coming into the time for the election. There must be a new head of team. Who has noise?
The lady council, we're hearing your conversation, so you have to mute or turn down that.
Cataract, what did they say?
I wanted to ask you, did Boza score for Southampton or Everton or Rangers?
No, Cataract. Boza did score for Shalra. You say you don't score more than how much goal a game. Remember you said that, you know?
Don't
hold on. A different thing we are going on, Cataract. If you are going at that, we are going to press the end button.
I will get to you.
Good night, people.
And at this time, coach, with 5 minutes left, I am calling, and this is not going to like Tappa sitting on the technical. Only bona fide members of Team Cataract can vote in the comment section for who do you want to take up the reins as the general of Team Cataract, commencing the 1st of January. Management, you're not in Team Cataract. 2022. As I will be debating, please, as I will be debating the role, because it is being deemed not a good look for an accredited member of the media to be the head of a hooligan organization, and so therefore I am debating on the 31st of December, and the date was announced 4 weeks ago. Coach, you will recall, no, last match window, and coach, I asked the members
Cataract, your party has lost its influence. People are not too interested in the election, don't you realize?
Cataract. Well, no. We can't do this. We can't do this better than how it is done. No. You can ask some people to nominate, and then we come at December 17th.
The nominations were taken already, coach.
It was when? When?
Coach, I can't forget.
Coach, have a good night. Mr. Attorney, Mr. Porter, Coach Minzy, Cataract. Listen, have a wonderful, so good hearing from you. You guys are very intelligent, unlike the gentleman with the black shirt with the headphone, right? You guys have brought much clarity and sanity to the show. You understand me? That people like Cranky had to run off because the vast amount of knowledge that was just poured out, he just couldn't deal with it, right? So
just confirm that Cranky is not knowledgeable. Thank you.
So Cataract, give me the two names, and I put set up a poll right now on the people and say you need to talk to me. I could have put up a poll long time.
I know, but Cranky, I could come in here and people, I'm going to delay the election. Friday might be a tick time. Wesley Hall, long time lieutenant versus Ricky Dunks.
So we have the vote the Friday. We have the vote the Friday.
As a matter of fact, I won't be here, so I will not influence you.
Right. You see, me not tell us a better time for the man.
Okay.
So you have to how many names? 3 names?
Yes.
Then we can set up a poll on the people and vote.
The Prankers cannot vote.
We are going to tell them.
Vote.
We are going to tell them.
They can't come vote in here. Okay. And I am not going to do like anyone and say I'm throwing my support, but I'm very happy with the understudy Wesley Hall, who has been always.
No, but Cataract, you're influencing the vote. Mute the mic, please, and thank you. So people, big up yourself.
Coach,
mute the mic. Yes, Devon.
Before you go,
yes.
You and management. Since the last few days, I have noticed that Cataract has changed his location and his surroundings. I'm wondering where is Cataract? Is he in a dungeon or something?
No,
and then his mic sound muffled with a lot of echo and vibe and reverb on it. So what's going on with him?
We don't know.
Witness protection program.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why I'm at the office. Okay. All right, so people, we have a special big up to the councils, if you want to call them attorneys, who stop by on the court. Hold on. Much respect. Yes. Much respect to the councils who took the time out to be here with us on the coach's desk. Jano, it was a wholesome conversation. It was robust. It was informative. And trust me, man, me see people are saying in the comment section, man, I got to take the show here. But it has nowhere to go because we will log it on the digital library. So persons can always go back and make reference. So I must say thank you to our two attorneys, not opposing attorneys, but co-attorneys who came on just to give us some insights. Neo was late, but of course Neo came in and he placed his information as well. So big up to Cataract, big up to Manningsman, big up to Coach Devon, Cranky, and the Crankers that were here. Big up yourself, Travis, CC, big up the whole people, set of people who came out to ensure that.
Will you permit me 30 seconds of my break? I just want to end on a positive note.
What?
I watched the KT match versus St. George's, and I want to say I have seen something for the future. His name is Aldridge, a really general. I want to say that. And I saw a first former, 13-year-old, come on in the Manning Cup for KT. The good things are there, but we need a better structure. Aldridge, remember that name.
Yeah, man, we're going to look out for the name.
KT,
all right.
3-1 over Georges.
And I also want to big up to Lloyd O'Connor. He's the newest member of the Erudite squad. Big up yourself, Lloyd O'Connor, for becoming a member of the Coaches Desk family. And when I say member people, these are persons who actually are paid members. So you subscribing and are part of the channel, you're still a part of the Coaches Desk. Big up yourself. Until next time, stay safe, and we say have a wonderful week. Until next time, again, of course, throughout the week, you'll be getting videos from the Coaches Desk, and we are anticipating what that decision will be before the week ends.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.